All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. I am your host, as always, Fearless Floyd. Thanks for being here. All right. Change my background. And welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. Yeehaw. I am your host, as always. Let me fix that. That's fixed. Life is crazy. And of course, my backup laptop didn't boot right up, so I had to reset that, of course. And thanks for being here. Today is Wednesday, January 25th. Yeah, today's 25th, 2023. And man, I just went to the mailbox, got a whole bunch of mail. Getting ready to open that up, so we'll do some mail call. First cup of hot coffee this morning. And it's actually afternoon. Just got back from the bank, post office. I will tell you guys this, there have been rumors of rainbow currency being put into the ATMs across the country in tier 1 banks. I just left Wells Fargo Bank not 13 minutes ago and pulled 20 bucks, 40 bucks out just to verify whether or not the rainbow currency was in the ATM. And I got out Federal Reserve notes from, I don't know, 2020, 2018, something like that. So no new rainbow currency in Houston, Texas at the Wells Fargo branch on Hollister. So that puts that to bed. What do y'all want to open up first? I have here my reply. Let me get on Zoom so I can actually see myself. There we go. This right here, background. Let me kill my background for a minute. That's all. That background, that other laptop running. Let me get Zoom opened up. Close that so you guys can see. What does that say? Oh. So we want to open this one up. You want to open this one up. I don't even know what this is. This could be my brother's certificates, could be stillborn certificates, could be my birth certificates, father, mother, death certificates. I don't know what this could be. It could be anything, but it's something. So I don't know which one we're going to open up first. I did grab some interesting material though while I was at the post office. Other stuff rearranged. Get it out of the way so we can get filed. First, this is what caught my eye. Why does it just say men? Shouldn't it say like women or with a /? I'm signed out. I'm signed out. I ain't signed out. I need to send myself a link, so give me a second. Where's my co-producer? Where you at, Jesse Wayne? Not to be confused with the David Wayne. Surrounded by Waynes. What's up with that? Wait for Bruce Wayne to walk in the door. All right, Jesse, I sent you the link to the Zoom so you can jump on and participate. We have a couple guests coming up today. 1, 2, or 3. We have Eric Dingus coming up at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. I don't know how long Eric is going to go. I haven't even touched base with him today, so I'll be texting him here in a minute after I go some of the stuff and get a firm offer on his come on Telegram on his appearance. And after that, somewhere in there, I will have Deloy Mecum on here, who helped set up the Continental Marshals over in the Utah National Assembly. And I also have coming on one of my viewers, Daryl and Charlie. They were on yesterday. So that's what we have for, and there's no telling who's going to call in, and no telling who I'm going to call, to be honest with you. And usually you're going to hear music in the background whenever I do a show or whenever I do anything. So I like to listen to music, and a lot of it's going to be pretty hardcore. It's how I am. So I was raised. Anyway, let's go back over this, the selective service system. And I haven't even opened up in this. I haven't even read this, so I want to read this with you guys. And I'm waiting on my other Zoom to open up. It's quick. It's easy. It's the law. Okay. Men 18 through 25 register. So it gives you all the highlights, 1 through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here. Yeah, here's all the frills, and I guess there's your application. Of course, boxes. It has a little thing. You self-seal it and send it on. They want your signature in a box. So let's read the fine print, kids. Right? Because that's what nobody wants to do. Postage required. You can't even take up the postage. And this is a SSS Form 1M UPO, August 2011. Office Management Budget Approval. We estimate the public reporting burden for this collection will vary from 2 minutes per response, including time for reviewing. I got some sticky tape for the reviewing instructions, searching existing data sources, gathering data, completing and reviewing the information, send comments regarding the burden statement or any other aspects of collection of information. They're telling you what they're doing. You just got to read. Including suggestions for reducing this burden to Selective Service System Forms Officer, Arlington, Virginia, OMB control number. Persons are not required to respond to this collection unless it displays a valid OMB control number. You're not right in that space. Okay, so what do they want? They want your date of birth. They want your sex. When you can only be a male or a female. I'm not sure why it just says men up here. Right? Unless social security number, last name, suffix, other suffix. So in case you have like a Juris Doctorate, or you can get that before you're 25, good luck. Or an MD or PhD or something like that. First and middle in the same row of boxes right here. Okay, I know you can already see that. They don't break it up. Current mailing address, city, today's date, and then there's 5 boxes after today's date. So I don't know what that would be for. They're just orphan boxes, 5 connected in a row, kind of like a zip code, but nothing. No designation of what that should be. All right, well, let's read the highlights. What is What is selective service registration? Registration is the process by which the U.S. government collects names and addresses of men 18 through 25 to use in case of a national emergency determined by Congress and the president, which would require rapid expansion of the armed forces. Men are required to register within 30 days of their 18th birthday. Once men reach their 26th birthday, they can no longer register, as stated in the Military Selective Service Act. Military Selective Service Act. All right, number 2, what happens if I don't register? Not registering is a felony. Fear, fear, fear. Young men prosecuted and convicted of failure to register may be fined up to $250,000. How's that for a college tuition, right? Yeah, right off the bat. Yeah, I'll throw you in prison. Imprisoned for up to 5 years or both. Wow. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Appreciate you. Failure to register also may cause men to permanently lose eligibility for student financial aid, government employment, job training, and U.S. citizenship for male immigrants. You know, those carrots they got out there. Like a whole bunch of carrots. Come get them. Number 3, who must register? Male U.S. citizens and immigrants, documented and undocumented, residing in the U.S. and its territories must register if they are age 18 through 25. So obviously, clearly, Title 18, Section 911, it's a felony, federal felony to state you are a U.S. citizen if you've not been naturalized. Absolutely. So if your child is approaching 18, they do not have to register if they are a U.S. national. Okay? Right? It says U.S. citizens. National citizens, obviously they're different. All you have to do is just open up your passport and look. Number 4, how do I register? Please print all the requested information, including your Social Security account number. If you have one, sign your name, peel the seal strips off, seal the card, put a stamp on the front, mail the sealed card, or register online at www.sss.gov. Fill out this card, fold here. What about after I register, right? You should receive a selective service acknowledgement with your selective service number. Keep your acknowledgement in a safe place for future reference. You can also verify your selective service number by going to www.sss.gov to check a registration. If you move, you are required by federal law to provide address changes to the selective service. Here's the fine print, man, and nobody's going to follow that direction. Going to college, Ma. I need to change that address, right? Get right on that selective service. That's like your first thought. All right. So all you out there, if you're going to fall for this, that's what y'all need to do. So, okay. Report a change of address or by filling out and mailing an SSS Form 2 change of information at the post office. And then it's got some Privacy Act statement in here. So let's address this because this covers a lot of different entities in the federal government. Privacy Act statement. The Military Selective Service Act, Selective Service Regulations, and the President's proclamation on registration require that you provide the indicated information, including your Social Security account number if you have one. The principal purpose of the requested information is to establish or verify your registration with the Selective Service System. This information may be furnished to other government agencies for the stated purposes on selective basis. The Department of Justice for review and processing of suspected violations of the Military Selective Service Act, or for perjury, or for defense of a civil action arising from administrative processing under such act. Department of State and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. for collection and evaluation of data to determine a person's eligibility for entry/re-entry into the United States and for U.S. citizenship. Department of Defense and U.S. Coast Guard for exchange of data concerning registration, classification, induction, and examination of registrants, and for identification of prospects for recruiting. Department of Labor to assist veterans in need of data concerning reemployment rights and for determining eligibility for benefits under the Workforce Investment Act. Department of Education to determine eligibility for students' financial assistance. Office of Personnel Management and U.S. Postal Service. To determine eligibility for employment. Wow, that's all it takes for eligibility is to fill this out. It's odd. Department of Health and Human Services. To determine a person's proper Social Security account number and for locating parents pursuant to the Child Support Enforcement. Thank God I picked this up and read it. So I hope this helps just like one person out there in the world. State and local governments provide data which may constitute evidence and facilitate the enforcement of state and local law. Well, if we didn't get you on federal level, we get you on the state level. Yeah, state pick up the charges. And they both pick up the charges, charge for 2 different charges, and then you got to do your state time, then go do your federal time. Yeah. Bureau of Census for the purposes of planning or carry out a census or survey or related activity pursuant to the provisions of Title 13. Alternative service employers for exchange of information with employers regarding a registrant who is a conscientious objector for the purpose of placement and supervision of performance of alternative service in lieu of induction into military service. Alternative service employers for exchange of information with employers regarding a registrant who is a conscientious objector, which that's what Cassius Clay did, Muhammad Ali, for the purpose of placement and supervision of performance of alternative service in lieu of induction into the military service. I'm not making this up. General public, oh boy. Registrant's name, selective service registration number, date of birth, and classification, Military Selective Service Act, Section 56 USC, App 456H. Section 56. I don't know what USC App is. I know what USCA is. That's US United States Codes Annotated, but I don't know what app is. Failure to provide the requested information may violate the Military Selective Service Act. Conviction for such violation may result in imprisonment for up to 5 years and/or fine of not more than $250,000. There's your selective service for men 18 to 25. I read the entire thing to you. Why doesn't it say women? I thought women could be in the armed forces now. Like they were just as equal as men. Got this too. Texas voter registration application. So we're going to read this real quick. Oh, I'll tell you what. Jacked up now. Doesn't even want to operate. All right. It's toast. All right. Time to go get another laptop. I'm tired of playing with that one. I'll just make that one my like backup. See if y'all have any comments over here. Health and Human Services. What's the Utah Assembly? That would be Anna Von Reitz's Federation of States, Utah State Assembly. Do not go get involved. So that's what that is. Stay tuned. They will be on later. So let's read this voter registration. Goes to the Secretary of State Elections Division in Austin, Texas. No postage necessary if mailed in the United States. Thank you, State of Texas. Wow, that's mighty kind of you to give us free postage to actually enroll ourselves in something. Let's get to the top of it. Of course, they have their own box at the top, says for official use only. And you can write in there because, you know, you are official, right? Prescribed by the Office of Secretary of State. Please complete sections by printing legibly. If you have any questions about how to fill out this application, please call your local voter registrar. Number one, these questions must be completed before proceeding. Check one, through application, change of address, name, or other information request or replacement card. Are you a United States citizen? Yes or no? Will you be over the age of 18 before Election Day? Yes or no? If you check no in the response to either of the above, do not complete this form. I'm done. So for those of you unenlightened enough to complete one of these or know somebody who's going to complete one of these, let's keep going. Last name, including suffix, first name, middle name, former name, if any, residence address, which would be describe where you live. You know, I could just see somebody in there, you know, I live in my head. I hear voices. Make them stop. Right? Said describe. I live in a shopping cart under a tarp by a oak tree down by the bayou. Mailing address, if it's different, city and county of former residence in Texas, your date of birth, your gender, your telephone number, your Texas driver's license number, or Texas personal ID number. I don't know what a personal ID number is. I know what a state ID number is. If no Texas driver's license or personal identification, give the last 4 digits of your social. I have not been issued a Texas driver's license / personal identification number or social security number. I have a box for that. I understand that giving false information to procure a voter registration is perjury and a crime under state and federal law. Conviction of this crime may result in imprisonment for up to 180 days, a fine up to $2,000, or both. Please read all 3 statements to affirm before signing. I am a resident of this county and a U.S. citizen. I have not been finally convicted of a felony. Now, when you hear that phrase, finally convicted of a felony, what they're telling you, okay, because most people think, okay, I was finally convicted of a felony when I went in the court and the trial court and I got found guilty or I pled guilty or whatever at a trial and the judge found me guilty if you had a bench trial. What this actually means is you have 15 days to do an appeal. Here in the state of Texas, I'm going to tell you how it goes, okay? You have 15 days to appeal your case, your conviction, once you are adjudicated guilty. Then you have another 90 days for review. So at the end of that 115 days, by operation of law, your case becomes finally convicted. So had you taken your appellate opportunity and you appealed it, here in Texas, you would go you'd go before one of the 14 courts of appeal. And then if it's a criminal case, you'd go to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, then to the United States Supreme Court. That extra 90 days, that's your avenue to the United States Supreme Court when you do a direct appeal. So after that 90 days gets tacked on to that 15. So they already know when you didn't do your appeal notice within 15 days that you already waived your state appellate remedies. So now they're looking out for you on your federal. So after that 90 days comes in, so once that 115 days, bam, they're going to issue what's called a mandate. And that is your final judgment. So when you hear that term, finally convicted of a felony, that's what they're talking about. Or if a felon, I have completed all of my punishment, including any term of incarceration, parole, supervision, period of probation, or I have been pardoned, and I have not been determined by a final judgment of a court exercising probate jurisdiction to be totally mentally incapacitated or partially mentally incapacitated without the right to vote. Well, I don't think a court did that to us, but it definitely is a thing. So let's are you qualified? Things over here. It's all gang. This thing's horrible. Okay, qualifications. You must register to vote in the county in which you reside. You must be a citizen of the United States. You must be at least 17 years and 10 months old to register, and you must be 18 years of age by election day. You must not be finally convicted of a felony. I already went through all that. Filling out the application, review the application carefully, fill it out, sign and date it, and mail it to the voter registrar in your county, or drop it by the voter registrar's office. All voters who register to vote in Texas must provide a Texas driver's license number or personal identification number issued by the Department of Public Safety. If you don't have such a number, simply provide the last 4 digits of social. If you don't have a social, you need to state that fact. Your voter registration will become effective 30 days after it is received, or on your 18th birthday, whichever is later. Your registration must be effective on or before election day in order to vote in that election. If you move to another county, you must re-register in that county of your new residence. Please visit Secretary of State's office for additional election information. Wow. And then it has a small statement in Spanish. Este formulario está disponible en español. Favor de llamar a su registrar de votantes local para conseguir una versión en español. So it's basically telling you, if you want the Spanish version, you got to go there to get it. Thank you for that, state of Texas. I'm so sick of picking shit up. It's in Spanish and English. Where the fuck are we at, man? Are we in Mexico? Or are we in the United States of America? We speak English 24/7. So, all right, that's the voter registration card, which almost went in the trash where it belongs, right? All right, hey, guess what? It's mail time. Get over here and get my thrifty letter opener. We're gonna save the other one for last. I forgot about all this. Well, oh, okay. Yeah, I totally forgot about this. Okay. All right. My daughter's birth certificate. I got it. And I challenged it because they have my name as a middle name. Of course, I changed my name, right? I don't have a middle name. So I sent them this nice package, you know, did an acknowledgement that I received it. Here, there, all my seals on it and shit. My letters. I didn't put my seal up here. Should have. I didn't. And they sent me back correcting a birth application. And they sent me a letter. We'll read it. Dear customer, we received your application for the record named above. Although we would like to service your request, we are currently unable to process the application. Please see the enclosed checklist for what is needed to process your application. All the documents that were submitted are being returned. The vital statistics section does not retain copies of these documents. Your application is now closed and no further action will be taken. If you choose to resubmit your application, you must submit a copy of this letter with all the documents, including the additional requested information. Once vital statistics section receives your resubmitted application, the application processing time will start again as a new application. Maybe get over here finally. Crashed. There's pretty much the same standard format letter I got from other stuff. So hang on, bro. I have to get back with you on that. All right, over here now. And they tape it, see, so you can't like steam it open. I already know what's in here. I know what this is, and I'm going to tell you all about it once I open it up. And I almost want to leave it sealed. I really do. I know once I open it up, that's it, because of the information in here, the way everything is stated. Read text. So, man, I really don't want to open this. Open it. Yeah. All right. I got the tool. Here we go. It's open. I'm so sad. Oh, dear God. Dear Mr. King. All right. Dear Mr. King, in reply to your letter or submission received January 5th, 2023, I regret to inform you that the court is unable to assist you in the matter you present. Under Article 3 of the Constitution, the jurisdiction of this court extends only to the consideration of cases or controversies properly brought before it from lower courts in accordance with federal law and filed pursuant to the rules of this court. Your papers are herewith returned. Lisa Nesbitt. Clerk. And they did not file this. See, it says Floyd Pleasant the fourth, kingdom of the Tarban state. So they would not file this, which sucks. But what does that say? Damn, that sucks. You can see a little effort went in here. Huh. And you see me really looking at this paper. And what I'm looking at this paper for is because whenever you file something in the United States Supreme Court and it gets filed actually into the case, when they return your copy, you'll see I sent 2 copies. Okay. That's the Supreme Court. It's a copy, my copy. So what they do when they get it is they run it through a chemical and it turns this paper kind of a yellow color. It's definitely off-white. It's noticeable. And then they send you your copy back. So that's how you know absolutely 100% for sure you have an official document that has entered into the record of the United States Supreme Court. When you have your copies back, they will be discolored in that color. But anyway, well, that's cool. And that's that. Wasn't what I quite hoped for, but hey, you know, is what it is. I made the effort. Absolutely. So I hope the event on the Capitol steps in Austin went well yesterday. I haven't even checked up on that. I haven't even had time. I had one of my callers call me yesterday after the show. Oh my God. Extremely interesting conversation, to say the least. Very eye-opening. I don't know why Zoom is not opening up over here. This is this laptop, I think it's just totally dead. It's not wanting to do anything. Can't even force it to do anything. So it looks like we're going to be running with one laptop today. So okay, I need to send my invitations to my guests. So let me go ahead and get that. I don't know where Jesse is. This is why I like 2 laptops, because I can continue to talk over here, but I'll work over here. Eric. Paste. What's that coming on? Daryl. So Darrell Charlie. Now I need one more. Bear with me, kids. So I hope y'all enjoyed my guest yesterday. I have some more. I know there are a few of you out there who are stunned and amazed that I can fulfill a full week, 5 hours a day with a variety of guests. Well, that way, results found. Okay, get on my phone. Go. All right, sorry about that, kids. Now I've got everybody lined up. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week. Not here, but I'll be here all week. All right. I have got the new schedule for the classes done. I started working on the calendars last night and didn't quite get finished. So those will be done today after the show and published up on the website. Sorry, I haven't got that done yet. But like I said, I had an interesting conversation with a gentleman last night. And again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for reaching out to me. I love you guys when you do that. I don't know how true it is. We're going to find out. What I hold up here, 5 sheets of paper. Okay. I was informed yesterday that this is all it takes, kids. That's it. These 5 sheets of paper. Okay. I'll show you the other side, but they're actually pictures of forms. Okay. They're not the actual forms. I can read them, but these belong to somebody else. Their information on it, so I cannot share information. What I can share is that this is a process, allegedly, to get you over on the private side, not to be fucked with. So, and there's some more that goes with that, but that's the basis of it. Yes, I'm going to do it. When? As soon as possible. I would like to have Jesse do it with me. You know, always try to do things in twos. Okay, because if mine works, and I like to get somebody else to do it as well. And all this is, you know, does it work? Okay, does mine work? Does yours work? Et cetera, et cetera. Man, pork spare ribs are on sale at Joey V's. Run down and get you some. So when you vet things, you know what may slip through the cracks, or you know, you just, you know, it worked for you, but it didn't work for somebody else, and y'all did the exact same thing. That's why I try to do everything in pairs. So we will get that rolling. Jesse hit me up today. He's I don't know what his schedule looks like. I need to talk to him. So Jesse, if you're out there, call me, text me something. I don't know what you're doing, don't know where you're at, but we need to get that together. Also, I'm going to be working on a new video, how to live anonymously, totally off the grid, untraceable, can't be found, whole 9 yards. I have to put that together. That's going to be a complicated video, but once you see it, you're going to understand it. Straighten up my backdrop. So I'm looking forward to putting that together. I'm looking at the time. I have 11 more minutes. So, oh, I know. Let me pull that up. Oh, let me give you all the update over here. Share my screen. And this is the Chris Hauser update for today. I'm going to refresh the page for you. Nothing has been filed in the Tennessee Supreme Court regarding his appeal of his 20 plus convictions for fraud and filing a fraudulent UCC1 lien, actually paying $6,500 for somebody else to do it and help send him to prison. Very good, Christopher. But we're all guilty of it because we pay attorneys, right? You know, if we don't have a court-appointed attorney, we're actually paying somebody to help send us to prison at our own volition as volunteers. Fucking sucks when you find all this stuff out too late. Jesus, Kansas is on their 50th anniversary tour. Oh my God. Wow, they've been around that long. 50 years. They were around in 72. Wow, crazy. Okay. Oh, I know it's place. Give y'all a little RV news. All right. Iraqi delegation visits Washington to discuss U.S. restrictions on Iraqi banks. Tripping. The U.S. ambassador confirms that Washington continues. Oh, here, let me share my screen for you guys. You can pay attention with me. The U.S. ambassador confirms that Washington continues a mechanism that took several years to strengthen the Iraqi banking sector to help it comply with the global system and ensure the prevention of money laundering and smuggling of the Iraqi people out of Iraq. Well, that didn't make any sense because they're smuggling people, money laundering and smuggling of the Iraqi people out of Iraq. I didn't know there was a human trafficking issue with Iraq, but okay. Wednesday, January 25th, 2023, protests and popular rejection of the continued collapse of the Iraqi dinar against the dollar and fears of the expansion of poverty in the country. The delegation will demand a deadline so that Iraqi banks can adapt and deal with the new banking system. The U.S. ambassador to Iraq confirms that Washington did not put sanctions on Iraqi banks. Thousands of Iraqis from various provinces flocked to Baghdad to protest against the devaluation of the dinar exchange rate. So things are going on there. On Wednesday, thousands of Iraqis from various provinces flocked to the capital. Still trying to get this thing up and running. In the early transactions, the dollar exchange rate in local markets amounted to 1590 dinars, while the official exchange rate for citizens is 1470 dinars per $1. According to local Iraqi media, including the Baghdad Today agency, many opposition political parties and forces called for protesting in front of the central bank building to express popular rejection of the decline in the exchange rates. Since the beginning of this year, the government and the central bank have taken a package of measures to increase the supply of the dollar in the local market, a decision that partially succeeded in resolving the crisis, but the exchange rates remained low, and the exchange rate of the dollar last month in local markets reached 1650, before currently falling below 1600 while remaining away from the official rate. Today, the Baghdad Today website quoted scenes and footage of streets on the outskirts of the capital witnessing an influx of citizens coming to protest. The purchasing power of Iraqis has been damaged by the exchange differences in circulation and the official ones. And in the meantime, the dollar is still witnessing fluctuation in its abundance and real fears of the Iraqi people of further deterioration of their living conditions in a country that is unable to do without materials imported from neighboring countries. The United States and China to provide its markets with their needs, making the rise in the dollar exchange rate a real predicament for traders and citizens. Baghdad faces major challenge to curb the spread of poverty that creeps on all governorates of the country. Despite the huge oil wealth, 1 in 5 people still lives below the poverty line in a country plagued by widespread corruption and high youth unemployment rates. Human waves storm Rashid and approached the Central Bank of Iraq. The demonstrations that took place on Wednesday morning, which remember, they're, I believe, 8 hours ahead of us, continue in front of the Central Bank of Iraq in the center of the capital of Baghdad to demand the stability of the dollar exchange rate and save the dinar from collapse. Pictures taken by Shafaq News showed hundreds of demonstrators forming human waves matched by security elements of law enforcement forces. The demonstration began in the morning with the participation of hundreds of Baghdad residents, as well as others from various Iraqi governments, starting from Al-Rafi Square to extend deep into Al-Rashid Street opposite the Arab Market, where the building of the Central Bank of Iraq and the Iraqi government banks complex. Nearly 800 protesters are close to the Central Bank building, which is heavily fortified by security forces. Correspondent of the Shafaq News Agency said that the organizing committee for the demonstrations near the central bank called on the demonstrators to withdraw this afternoon, with a delegation sent to the governor of the central bank to offer solutions with a specific time limit. Demonstrators are demanding an end to speculation in dollar exchange rates, urgent economic measures to restore the dollar exchange rate with the official context to hold the corrupt accountable. They also called on loudspeakers from Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani to, quote, go out to the people, unquote, and announce realistic measures that alleviate the crisis and return prices to stability. Demonstrators made Saynical, S-A-Y-N-I-C-A-L, Saynical, never seen that word before. Learning a new word today. Saynical demanding, okay, the intervention of an artist in solving the issue, quote, in accordance with her relations with politicians, unquote, while some wrote on his banner that, quote, politicians are the ones who cover up the bank corruption and transfer companies, unquote. Today, the spokesman for the Iraqi Ministry of Interior revealed to Shafaq News that a number of, quote, unapproved, unquote, banking offices and banks dealing with the process of selling dollars outside the controls of the central bank and indicated that these banks buy dollars at the official price from the auction of the selling of the currency and sell it outside the controls at a higher price than the specified price. Since November 2022, the exchange rate of the US dollar against the Iraqi dinar has witnessed a gradual rise to reach its highest levels in recent days as it exceeded the barrier of 165,000 dinars per $100. So I'm going to read you that. So, you know, the people over there are just very frustrated with everything that's going on. They're, you know, slow walk to the printing press to print up some new dollars for them. And we are close. And hey, there's Eric. Wow. Timely, punctual. There he
Hey, Floyd, how you doing today, buddy?
is.
Can you hear me okay?
Fantastic. I can hear you fine.
Perfect. You're gonna have to forgive me. I'm traveling at the moment, so.
Yes, you are. In your private conveyance.
In my private conveyance.
Your household
that is correct. My household goods. That's right. That's exactly right. Private property. God bless the UCC.
Right? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what's happening, man? What's going on?
Oh, I'm in Florida, living large, man. I'm loving it out here. Weather's great. People are great. Political environment's wonderful. Had a great meeting last night with the Republican caucus group. And you know me, I like nuclear weapons. So I dropped a nuke in the Republican Party last night. It was great fun. Very receptive crowd, though. Really latched on. You know, it's funny. It's so funny, Floyd. When you present undeniable fact that shows them that they don't own property and they have no custodial rights to their children, and you know the gist. Yeah. But when you show them that, man, you want to talk about a eye-opening experience for normies, right? I mean, because they don't realize that our government has done the things that they've done to them. Yeah. But when they do, it changes everything. In fact, after the event last night, I had a retired Army colonel sit me down and we talked for a little bit. He gave me some advice, very helpful. You know, I'm not a public speaker. I'm not somebody who has, you know, like a media platform or anything like that. I'm just a regular kind of guy. And so I don't have a lot of experience speaking in crowds. So he was very kind in giving me some advice. So it's nice to find coaches. But anyway, yeah, even a retired Army colonel can get on board with what I'm talking about. So that should speak to you. I think it spoke to the crowd too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
So what do you got going on today, Floyd?
Excuse me. Have you have Deloy coming on?
Deloy, all right.
Yeah, at 2:00. And then I have two gentlemen, Darrell Link and Charlie, and they have some stuff going on. And then I had, I don't know if you were watching the show before you jumped on, but I had one of my viewers who was kind enough to reach out to me. And again, thank you from the bottom of my heart. But I have here in my hand 5 pieces of paper, Eric, that he has completed and noticed specific parted entities, and he's left alone. They don't mess with him.
Wonderful. That's awesome.
Very awesome. You know, he says it works for him, works for his friends. You know, like I said, he's been gracious enough to share it with me. Absolutely, I'm going to do it. We're going to see what happens. You know, this could be what we've been looking for, you know, to condense all this paperwork. And I can show you my big old stacks over there, you know, down to this something that's digestible by some, you know, some administrative official in some government office sitting somewhere. So yeah, I'm really interested in this. I haven't read these yet because these are actual photographs of the instruments, and I printed them out. So I have to like put my glasses on and like hold it up to here to read.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get with those. He gave them to me so late last night, you know. After about 10 o'clock, my brain starts going, yeah. And
Right.
yeah, you get after midnight, and you know, I'm gonna tell you, just quit talking because I'm not gonna remember the conversation tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah,
I can definitely understand that.
yeah, just
Yeah. That's
wasting your
that
time.
happens, as we progress in age. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, that's wonderful though. So this is one of your viewers that did this?
yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm growing, and I'm growing in, all these areas that I'm trying to grow, and bringing in more people that are on these different journeys. We're all going the same place, but we all have a different aspect of how we're trying to get there. Because once you get here, it's not too much further away being able to operate completely private and everything be prepaid.
Right.
Get my drift.
I do. Absolutely. And that's what we're striving for sure.
Right. So I see the writings on the wall. I see it. Hopefully this is the answers that we're looking for. So I'm very excited about that. This Friday, there's an event in Plano, Texas. It is it's a MAGA event. Let me pop it up on the screen. Put on by Baby Trump, Christopher Erics. Do you know him?
Yeah, I met him at a Red Pill event in Nashville, in fact. Baby Trump.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, they're doing an autograph event. They apparently have a Magador jacket.
Oh yeah, I saw that on one of Juan's broadcasts. He had that displayed, the Matador jacket.
Okay. Yeah. Well, here it is. They are. No, that's not it. There it is. They produced some jackets, so he's doing an autograph there at the Sky Pony Gallery, and I have it up on the screen right now. And here's the jacket, the El Magador jackets that Juan O'Saban's going to autograph. So as I called Chris and I had him on the show live, and had him promote it, and I'm promoting it right now. So if any of you guys are up in the DFW area or in Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and want to come down and see me or see anybody else that's going to be there, go register, reckoningfest.com. So Christopher was, I told him, well, my show's at noon to 5. The event starts at 5. So yeah, I'll have to wrap up my show and then, come to the event. And he's like, hey, why don't you just do the show from here?
Yes. Fabulous.
I'm like, what?
No, that's awesome. That's awesome.
It is. Yeah. Very
yeah.
Awesome. I don't know what this is going to look like. I haven't talked to Chris since that conversation. I will probably call him tonight just to kind of round things out and kind of get a feel of what I'm going to look like setting up, where I'm going to set up, how I'm going to set up, what I'm going to broadcast. Do I need to continue with my previously scheduled, or am I just going to have this, line of awesome guests come one after another to talk? You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's actually, so I've been at several of these events, Floyd, and my good friend Bob the plumber, he has a show on Brighteon, and he'll often set up his show at these events. And you're exactly right. You just grab people as they're walking by, do a quick interview with them. In fact, I was in Orlando 2 days ago. I stopped in for a lunch, for the event. It was the Freedom Academy Paymon's event over in Orlando.
Okay.
And I stopped in for the lunch, free food. How can you say no?
Right.
And I actually I sat down with Dr. Lee Merritt and had a brief conversation. Fabulous. In fact, she's going to have me on her show on February 1st. So that's going to be outstanding. I'm looking forward to it because that'll bring great exposure to the movement and what we're trying to create here for an alternative for the American people. And it's funny, when I was at that event, when I was at Payman's event, I had the opportunity. I even ran in. You remember Scott Reese, don't you?
Absolutely.
I ran into Scott Reese
10 days ago.
Yeah. I just ran into him in Orlando.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. It was absolutely outstanding. So I had the opportunity to speak to quite a few people that were attending the event. Made some really fabulous contacts that are very inspired by what we're trying to do. When you take all the patriot mythology and all the wackadoo nonsense away from it, and you stick to just the absolute facts that are presentable and obtainable for anybody, anybody can go online and get the truth. It changes the ballgame, and these talking heads they're starting to resonate with where we're at and where we're going. So. Very positive. So I think you'll do real good at that event. I think you'll do real good. Lots of good exposure. Yeah, lots of good exposure for sure.
God, I wish I had a step repeat. I don't have one. God, dog it. Jesse, I need you, bro.
Yeah, maybe God will bless you between here and there.
Well, I don't know if I can get one made in time because today's Wednesday. You know what I mean? I got to be there Friday.
Right. Yeah, that's short notice for sure.
Yeah, if I could probably order one in Dallas and just pick it up there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that may be feasible. So I'll have to see what I can do.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, it's 111, by the way.
111. Oh, I love it. I hit 111 last night on the way home from that event. Yeah.
Driving?
That's great. Yeah, driving. No, I wasn't driving last night. I was definitely traveling last night. Last thing I would have wanted been ever last night was an operator because, I'm a Texan, I like to have a good time when I go to bars, and that's where we were at last night. Right. Yeah, it was good fun though. I'm telling you, man, these Floridians out here, they know how to have a good time. And they're all about America. So it's been a great experience being out here. In fact, I'll be back March 14th through the 28th.
Back in where?
Back in Florida.
Where are you going from Florida to Tennessee?
Well, I've got 2 days in Tennessee, then I'm going to go to Michigan, back down through Ohio, and then to Texas. And I'll be in Texas for 3 weeks in February.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Making the rounds, brother, making the rounds.
I see you. When you get to Texas, where are you going to be? Austin?
I'll be, I'm definitely, my daughter lives down there near you. So I'll definitely make it down to the Houston area to say hi to her and spend a little time with her and have dinner or something. And so we could probably get together while I'm down there. And then we've got a couple of big events planned for around the Austin area for the 18th, I believe.
Okay.
There's a former.
If you need a place to crash, you're welcome in my home.
Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. That's very kind. Yeah. So this event that I'm telling you about is going to be awesome. A former Texas legislator is putting this event on, and I'm the only speaker.
Which one?
Yeah, her name is Peg Peterson.
No, don't know her.
Mm-hmm. She's been out of the limelight for a number of years now. She's a non-bar card holding, graduate of law school. So she's one of the good guys for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got through it and went, uh-oh.
Well, it helps to be a legislator and at least have a basic understanding of law. So I think most of them have had a stint in law school, but I don't think a lot of them have bar cards in the legislature, at least not in Texas. I think a lot of them are non-bar lawyers,
Well, a lot of them let their bar cards lapse. They don't need
Yeah.
to.
Well, and if we didn't change that pesky 13th Amendment, they couldn't have a bar card and practice or be a legislator at the same time anyway. So,
right.
Yeah. So all these little fun issues that we got to get around. But anyhow, I digress.
Right. So if you guys come, I believe it's Saturday, they're having the potluck.
Okay.
So if you come to the event, bring something. It'll ask you when you register, get you a place. They've got some, I have to take this call.
You what? Did I lose you, Floyd?
No.
Okay.
Hi, Anita.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm better. We had death in the family, so it's been a rough past week. But all is well.
No. I'm sorry to hear that.
Saturday, I'm sorry. Straight up the court tries. But I was calling to ask if you could send, because I never received it, that notice of complaint and the information per. I was going to try to submit my complaint on Friday.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you. How you been?
I'm fine. You're live on the air.
Oh, am I?
Monday through Friday, noon to 5. I'm live.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. I thank you, Mr. Floyd.
Okay.
Let me, I'll look for, can you send that to my email? I'll text you my email.
I have your email. You're in my contacts. Okay.
Bye.
That's my former court clerk in Mobile, Alabama.
Oh, wonderful. Mobile, Alabama.
Mobile,
Man,
Alabama.
we need more active people in the Alabama area and
I've
Georgia.
got 'em.
You've got them.
Oh, yeah,
Wonderful.
absolutely.
We need to start making those connections. Those have been those are two weak spots for us right now. I think I've expressed to you that we're developing an alternative to our current economy, and we're doing so in the private. And if we can get Georgia and Alabama on board all the way and get a couple of counties underway, then we can have an uninterrupted trade route that goes from Florida to Texas, all in the private. And so that'll open up a lot of doors for business that, that works across state lines to be able to do so and escape the regulatory monster that we've allowed to be created.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
Yeah.
I know I have some Georgia viewers out there and some Alabama viewers. So you guys reach out to myself or Eric. You can reach Eric through his website, right? freedomfromslavery.com.
That's correct. They can just shoot me an email straight from the website. And I encourage everybody to sign up for the newsletter and let us know that you want to get plugged in, and we'll give you an invite to our calls that we do and get you rolling down the road in the right way.
I put the URL in the chat.
Perfect. Thank you,
Okay.
Floyd.
Yeah, I've already got one in passive income trucker. I'm in Georgia. There you go.
Awesome. Wonderful. Yeah, those are the kind of guys we really need too, truckers, because when we do have our ability to have interstate commerce without the regulatory side, we're going to need truckers. As this grows, we've got agricultural producers, we've got people that are involved in healthcare, alternative medicines, herbs, grass-fed beef. We're trying to create a marketplace that has everything available in it that we currently have available to us, aside from the poisons. And if we can make this,
explain that. Go a little bit more detail.
Yeah, so our problem right now is because of the regulatory industry and all the alphabet soup agencies such as the FDA. Our federal government has been implementing programs um, for the American people that are actually introducing poisons into our diet, and this is done with intent. Obviously, there's plenty of research material to support the fact that they know full well what they're doing. And so as we're creating this alternate reality, if you will, this parallel to our current society, we need to make sure that we're able to address the needs of the population that's beginning to build. And so what we want to do is we want to create a marketplace for them. And so what we're doing is state to state, we're setting up a bullion barter economy. We're trying to help them get a bullion coinage, to where they can actually mint their own bullion for their trade and barter. And once we have that established, these products that, for example, Florida, they can produce cane sugar like no tomorrow, right? And they have, the seafood and so on. And over in Texas, we have oil and we have beef and a variety of other products. So we need to be able to make those products available through the entire population of Americans that are in the Republic and outside of the corporation. And so that's our goal with this uninterrupted trade route. And as we get states like, for example, Ohio and Michigan on board, then we can extend that trade route for our communities. And so that's really what our overall objective is to have uninterrupted trade and commerce, or not commerce because we're not in the commercial, but private trade amongst all the states that have begun to populate the Republic again. And I think that we'll achieve that. I think that this year, 2023, is going to be a big year. My goal is to get at least the trade route from Florida to Texas accomplished, and to bring on, the 4 states that we don't have anybody sounding off from yet. And we'll just continue to push forward. But I think 2023 is going to be a big year for what we're trying to do and creating this alternative, because it seems like the marketplace in general is starting to shift. I'm a former corporate guy, and so I pay attention to the marketplace. Business is important for sustainability, obviously, especially in our current model. And there have been some really big changes. Even corporations now are starting to barter with one another because they're having trouble getting the materials they need for production, or whatever the case may be. So they're looking at different trade and barter systems, even in the old system. So we're definitely on the right track here.
Absolutely. So which states do you currently have for the trade route?
So right now we have all 50 states minus 4. Okay. So that we've heard from. Now, that's not all 50 states that are capable of participating at this point, because they don't have enough population and they don't have a couple of counties that are trying to stand up. Once they get a couple of counties that are trying to stand up, then we can include them in this, because then they can actually represent their republic state governance. So, and instead of just their county level. And so as they populate, they can come on board. Right now, our 4 weak spots are Montana and Wyoming, okay, Washington State, all right, and then we've got Connecticut. Okay. So those are the 4 states that I haven't heard anybody from at this point.
Jason's back up in wherever, Maine, Massachusetts, wherever.
I do. I had heard that through the grapevine. I saw that in an email the other day, to our group. And but I don't know. It seemed like maybe he's stepping into the background and focusing more on his other career at this point.
I got a text from him 6:42 this morning. Hi, I haven't forgotten your request. I've just been uber busy. Are you on each week, Monday through Friday? So I said,
okay. Okay. Well, if he's still out there and active, that's wonderful, because Jason is a very personable guy, and he definitely knows what we're doing inside and out. So that's great. I'll reach out to Jason and see if he can't help us in building the population there in Connecticut.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he would.
Mm-hmm.
He just needs to know that, he's going to get the support behind him. That's been Jason's, whole issue with Anna is just, there's no support.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, and that's the whole reason, not just Anna, but there several of the groups like that is really the primary reason why I've created freedomfromslavery.com, is to create a resource for all of the assemblies. I don't care what group you belong to. If you were born here in America, you deserve to be free, and we're going to try our best to help get you there and make sure you have the information and resource available to ensure that you can find success. We do our very best to try and support everyone, because in this world, the one thing that we've been dealing with is that the common man has gone silenced. And I'll tell you right now, the common man, they know how to fix stuff, because they do it every day in their daily lives. And so when we stifle those voices and silence those voices, we've done a great disservice to ourselves. And so we definitely, our resource, the Freedom from Slavery resource, is to make sure that the common man has their voice back and can actually be able to express the solutions that are necessary, because they have the answers. A lot of people think that I know a lot of stuff, right? And I do know a fair amount, but what I do know is that everything that we need comes from the scripture and the people. And so if we just focus on those two items, we're going to find success in this, because if there's one thing Americans are, it's resilient, and we're going to find a way out of despondency, especially once we empower ourselves and realize that we don't have to ask for permission.
Yeah, don't have to ask for permission.
That's right. That's right, brother. Yeah.
What a unique thing that is, right?
It seems to be a foreign concept for the average Joe, but we hope to change that. We want to empower those guys, and let them feel the authority and power of their individual sovereignty and how to flex that in the body politic. That's a very liberating experience in this world, for sure.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So Floyd, I don't want to cut things short, but I am going to have to get going here in just a little bit. I've got an appointment that I've got to get to, but you said Deloy's going to be on at 2?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I tell you what, buddy, would you mind letting him know that I said hello?
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure she's probably listening. So
yeah. I sure. We need to get in touch with one another. Deloy, if you are listening, I don't know if you still got my phone number or not, but I think I have yours. So I'll try and reach out to you in the next day or two. Maybe we can schedule a conversation.
Yeah, I can set up a Zoom, whatever.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. I know they've got big things going on in Utah. They always have big things going on in Utah, though. So
yeah, that's a pretty crazy state.
Yeah.
For all of you viewers out there who are watching now, going to watch in the future, if you're interested in getting involved this is an independent solo, how would you say, like non-regimented, as far as having some superior authority, like i.e. Anna, David, Destry, something like that. This is totally organic.
It is. It's absolutely organic. It is of the body of the people. No one proselytizes. No one's leading. We're teaching each other how to be our own leaders. And so we talk about things like that. We learn how to address issues as leaders. I mean, we really focus on trying to help the common man and woman to find their authority, their sovereign authority. And part of that is leadership. And so we really want to focus our efforts on that, because again, we've spent far too many, we've spent, centuries now putting our faith in other men instead of putting our faith in ourselves and God. And if we'll just give our trust to God and pray for guidance and then be still and listen, we can lead ourselves through anything. We can find our way through any adversity, for sure, without question. So, and that's really what we want to try and empower the people to do. So yeah, we do have a structure. You know, we do have moderators. Some calls are a little more free flowing than others. You know, we have a newbie call, as we call it, and there's really not a whole lot of structure. We moderate a little bit just to kind of keep the nonsense out of the conversation. But we allow the floor to everyone. And then we have more structured calls for, you know, achieving goals. We have a leadership call for organizers, and they can come on and they can voice their concerns, the issues that they're running into. We talk about solutions for those problems. We give ideas about what's worked in other communities. So it's really, I feel like we're doing the right thing. And I know that it's going to continue to grow. It's already grown exponentially. September was when we launched this program. And we've got 30 counties in Tennessee. I hear there's 40 jural assemblies in Florida. We got 100 or whatever in Texas. And they're all coming to the table because they're tired of having an authoritative figure over them that's acting as a monarch. And they're also tired of being led down trails that have no ending, right? Like some of these processes that they're selling that are just incomplete, and it leaves people vulnerable. So yeah, we definitely want to make sure that we serve the people and correct some of those issues and give them good, solid advice instead of leading them down a road that's going to land them in trouble.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are some people, Daryl and Charlie, who I will have on at 3 o'clock, actually trying to get Bruce Doucette in the Colorado 9 out.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow. They haven't been successful yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
But they're trying.
Super. Yeah, they're trying.
Yeah, I mean, somebody didn't just forget those guys and leave them in there and, let them fend for themselves. So, thank God somebody's going back and trying to get them out and help them.
Right. Yeah, that's good. Well, Floyd, I hate to do this to you, buddy, but I'm going to have to jump off this call.
Yes.
Yeah. So thanks for having me on. I greatly appreciate you opening your show up to what I'm doing here. And I really appreciate the support and everything you're doing for the people. So God bless you, Floyd.
Well, God bless you too. Are you going to be on the call tomorrow night?
I'm going to try, certainly. I don't have anything on the schedule, so I shouldn't have any problem attending.
All right. Awesome. All right. I'll look for you. I'll talk to you tomorrow at 7.
All right. Thank you much. God bless. Bye-bye.
Yeah, be careful. Stay out of trouble.
Oh, yeah. You know it.
All right, everybody. That was Eric Dingus, the former Chief Peacekeeping Task Officer, handpicked by Anna Von Reitz to lead the Federation of States. Who's on a new path. And I was actually looking for his website. I have it here somewhere to show you guys if you haven't been there. And I've got so many tabs open, I just can't even keep up with them. I did order a book today. And I went and purchased the University of Chicago style manual. And the newest edition, I believe, is the 17th edition. But I went out and I bought the 15th edition. And I'm sure you're all going, why didn't you buy the new one, Floyd? Well, there's a reason. Because, again, thank you to my viewers. Thank you. You guys are wonderful. Keep the information coming. So I ordered the Chicago style manual, or Chicago manual style, however it's classified, because I was informed that if a legal document contains more than 2 languages, it doesn't have any authority or force. And it was brought to my attention that all capital letters is not is a language. It's a different language than English. I've never read that. I'm going to read it. I ordered the book today. Actually, I ordered 3 of them. So I'm going to have some free gifts. I'm going to give them away when I get them. They're coming. So I did order them. And the reason I ordered the 2015 or the 15th edition is because of the publication date. Now, there's a little thing called Supreme Court case law of the land, that it's the law in effect at the commission date of the offense. So reminders for 5 days away, really? Hang on, my phone's going nuts. Wife just said, please, Floyd, please what? Okay. Law in effect at the time of commission of your crime. So if you say you spit on the sidewalk from the cop, but you did it January 1st, 2015. Okay. So it's the law in effect January 1st, 2015, not the law in effect today. So I ordered a book that's when the style manual was in effect. So my commission date was July 10th, 2001. And wife just said, please, books. Oh, okay. We are going to trip. So I'm just going to show you guys. Y'all can go get your own. They're like, you're going to, I will trip out once I show you. Close that tab. There we go. I'm gonna bless your game, but only because my viewers have allowed me to be blessed. So I'm gonna share the blessings. Here you go. This is eBay. All right, $4.49. This is the 15th edition. It's the ones I ordered. Okay. And they have 17th editions. They have the brand new ones, and they're not much more. Let's visit store. Gulf Coast Books. Here's the 14th edition. So zero results. So zero. All right, here you go. There's a 14th, 15th, 14th, 15th. So they don't have the 17th, but there are other ones available in eBay. So here you go, buy 2, get 1 free. So I bought 2. I'm getting 1 free. Lucky me, right? Yeah. So there you go. And these folks are yeah. Wow. Shop. See if they got any shipping. There we go. Well, that didn't tell me much more. Trying to see exactly where they're located. This route. Ships from Memphis, Tennessee. So there we go. If you're in Tennessee, you can get it real quick. I'm going to get it within the next week. I'll look forward to getting that. This laptop's still fucking acting stupid. Yeah, time to go get another one. Well, I know where I'm going tonight. Shopping. Okay. Where are we at? Let me check my email real quick. Where I have my next guest on here. I have 20 minutes. We have a nationals call tonight. Today's Wednesday. Here's the Zoom call from last night. And January 5th. That one's gone. Zoom from last night. Oh, I guess you sent the link for okay. January 9th. No, February 2nd. That's Groundhog's Day. That's next Thursday. Okay. I'm down for that. Sorry. Got a little lost there. All right. Okay, I'm going to read this letter. I'm not going to show it, but I'm going to read it. And I'm not even going to use your real name. Hello, my name is Jane Doe. I have been struggling to learn how to stand on the land and bring forth my rights. This basically landed me in jail with a prolonged court case of astonishing criminal behavior abound by the federal corporation in Dallas County, Iowa. I have attached a few things here for you to read. I've received a very threatening letter today from the Iowa DOT and need to respond in a timely manner. I would love your assistance in that response. I can pay or whatever it takes to get on the horn with someone. I've done many filings, registered mail, all sorts of things to protect my rights. I am fully able and competent to move forward on my behalf. Your thoughts and guidance would be priceless. Well, thank you for thinking of me. Please get back to me. I prayed for this information to move forward in this world of corrupt government, and your info literally fell in my lap this AM. Well, awesome. Crazy how things work out like that, right? I just received the letter from the DOT an hour ago. They want my plates, etc. How do I respond? I have my thoughts. I would love to be able to pick your brain with knowledge. I am sure extensive understanding of their fraud and how we find remedy. Attached, you will find my notice of demand filed with the Secretary of State, along with the UCC1 filing, a statement I read at sentencing, a report I wrote after my experience with the Sheriff's Department. I'll also send an email photo directly after this one of the letter I just received. Your kind attention would be so helpful and appreciated. We are a group rather large here in Iowa that are trying to figure this out and bring forth our freedoms. Your camaraderie and knowledge would be profoundly appreciated. All we can do is unite and not consent. That much I have figured out. Kind regards, Jane Doe. She provided a quote in here, actually two, scripture recital. This is the quote that I'm quoting. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change, close quote. Wayne Dyer. I have no idea who Wayne Dyer is. And I can do all things through Christ that strengthens me. That's cool. So let me see what she sent over here. That's 4-pager. This one is a 3-pager. And this one's 23 pages. So that's 26, that's 30 pages plus an email that Miss Jane Doe wants me to read. Okay, so and the reason I'm doing this is because I want you guys to understand or overstand, understand, however you want to stand, right? Of the time that it took me to open that email, read that email, and then actually just purview what was sent, and then estimate how long is it going to take me to review those 30 pages, and then give them a reply that is acceptable. Jane, so if you're watching, can I assist you in some manner? Probably. I don't know for sure. The reason I say probably and don't know for sure is due to the fact that I have not read the record, okay? And you're going to get this out of me, and anybody who has an iota of any type of legal acumen, they're going to want to see the record, okay? If anybody, look, this goes for everybody out there, okay? If you're doing anything in the legal realm, okay, and you're asking for somebody from help, doesn't matter if it's a paralegal, legal assistant, legal secretary, full-blown bar attorney, or just somebody who graduated from law school, or I think I covered paralegal, right? Okay. If they don't ask to read the record first before you can tell them the story, but, you hand them, hit this page, read this, and, here, read that. And they take that and they don't demand, say, I know, no, I need to read the entire record, start to finish. Then we can go from there. Then trust me, turn around and run the fuck away from them. All they want is your money. That's all they're after. They're not actually trying to help you, because the only way anyone can help anybody is if you read the record, because the record is the only thing that matters in the story. So I'm a very, very, very busy man, as you know. I love to help people as much as I can. So as you see, when you send me emails, try to keep it brief, short, concise. I do get back with everybody eventually. I'm not going to, promise you that I'm going to call you tonight, tomorrow, next day, whatever. I do have a lot on my plate. I have a lot of stuff scheduled. I have a lot of stuff to do, have places to go, people to meet, and stuff to tell you guys and share. Let me jump back over here. So, oh boy, I missed a bunch here. Okay, let me get back on you guys. All right. So for those of you out there who want to get involved in the nationalist movement, go to freedomfromslavery.com or send me an email at the Fearless Floyd Show at yahoo.com. And we're going to get this all set up and get everybody on the same page. Yeah, Utah's, the problem is these counties aren't going to stand up under these current governances or governance, i.e. Anna, David, Destry, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I've spoken to Destry. I've never spoken to David Straight. I've never personally spoken to Anna, but I've tried, sent her emails. So anyway, if you want to get involved, get involved. This is, I've been very deliberate on how I express I mean, I can tell you, but I can't tell you, it's kind of one of those things. And I don't know if I can tell you yet. So it actually probably should just occur, but hang in there, stick with us. We're close. Let's just put it that way. Okay. Because if these 5 sheets of paper work, you're going to be golden for the rest of your life. Let's see, anything on the site on getting employer to stop federal income deductions when they don't believe. Yeah, all you have to do is just write on your W-9 in section 4. You have the 3 lines over there, 4A, 4B, 4C, write exempt in every line. And then right underneath that, there's going to be a gap, just a little long, thin line. Okay. And in that line, I wrote non-resident alien American national, exempt, and gave it to them. And they don't take taxes out of my checks when I do work. Let's see. And Eric mentioned Scott Reese. Now, Scott Reese did a process with the IRS. Luckily, his employer was a personal friend of his, so he was able to work with HR to kind of work backwards back through the IRS, back through his HR. But he did get a letter from the IRS stating that he did not have to pay taxes. Absolutely. So it works. It's a thing. And I didn't get a chance to dive into how much they actually had a chance to catch up, because I talked to Scott a couple of weeks ago. Scott's a really great guy. He's up in North Austin, in Georgetown. Actually, one of the good guys, really trying to make a difference. Very frustrated with the school board up there. Tried to run for school board, didn't make it. Didn't disillusion him though, but he's going to keep trying. So Scott, if you're out there, you're watching, you're listening, you're going to listen. What's up, my man? Don't be a stranger. Let's see. Yeah, all you truckers, man, I think you're going to be like the circulatory system for the movement, because you guys talk to each other all day, every day, nationwide, 24/7. So you guys, the buzz can go from coast to coast like that through y'all's communication systems, CBs. Let's see. Yeah, Johnny. If you're, unless it's a collectible book that you really want, like, an 1800s edition of Bouvier's dictionary, or a very, very early copy of Black's Law, something like that. Yeah, I can understand paying, quite a bit of some money for some of those rare books. James, Bad Wolf, he has a book he recently bought. I can't remember what it is, but he paid quite a bit for it. Some of these books are just, astronomical. So yeah, I go to A Books. I shop. I'm not trying to hear it. And I don't care if the book's used. I don't care if it's brand new. Sometimes it's even better to get a used book, especially when you're getting like a college edition. Because like all the good stuff's already highlighted for you. There's already little footnotes handwritten in there. So some of those come in handy. Hey, Robin. Yeah, I got you. And I got your message and telegram. And thank you very much for your generous offer. I've got a lot of people volunteering. I need to have a separate book just for people volunteers and what their acumen is. So I need to get that done today. Oh yeah, well, welcome aboard, Susan. Yeah, I get it. I promise you, Susan. I promise you. Okay, if you have a calendar, write down today's date, January 25th. Okay, 2023, and then January 25th, 2024, we can have a conversation. You can call me, email me, whatever. Hopefully I'll still have this thing up that we're doing right now, and we can see how far Anna, his movement has progressed. And I'm sure they're going to be same place. Still waiting on Anna's bank, still waiting on Anna's debit card, still waiting to stand up a county, still waiting to stand up a state. Yeah. So that's that. So, well, thank you for coming, Susan. I appreciate you being here. Believe me. And this, I think it's dead. Yeah, that laptop's hopeless. All right. Yeah. All right. So you wrote it on the W-4, but they are saying they can't stop it in the computer. Yeah, that's 100 total bullshit. Total bullshit. Tell them they are committing fraud. Okay. They are tampering with a governmental record. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Guess who's here? My next guest. He's 5 minutes early, but hey, he punctual. No, there are no sticky keys over there. Let me admit our next guest. Deloy. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Well, how you doing? Eric sends his best regards.
Yeah, I heard him say that. And
Yeah.
when you see him, tell him the same from me.
He'll probably be over here in my house.
Well, yeah, he's been at my house. He's got to have a place to stay once in a while.
Yeah. Yeah. I know the struggle is real for Eric Dingus.
Yes, it is. He's been fighting it for a while, but not anywhere near as long as me. But he's been fighting it for a while. He was doing a good job there for a year and 6 months. He was training us to be on his quest. But
Right.
Soon as he got fired, then Anna calls me and wants me to do it. And I told her no, because for one thing, I said, I'm too old. And the second thing is she wanted to pay a couple $1,000s a month for everything. And I said, I have to make a lot more money than that to exist in this world. And so since I told her no, I've never heard from her since.
Of course. That probably wouldn't even cover your expenses. So before we go on, okay, no one really knows who Deloy Mecum in Utah is, why you're on the show, what you've done in the past, what your connection to Eric is, what your connection to Anna is, what you've actually achieved in Utah. Out of the graciousness of your own heart and your deep pockets, please tell us who Deloy Mecum is. Okay.
I've started this quest many years ago, but I've been with Anna and them before Anna even started. I was on the same calls that she got on with Bruce Doucette and all these guys that ended up in prison. And it's kind of went since then. Bruce Doucette is who made me a marshal here. And then, of course, the assembly, they made me the chief marshal of the state. And since then, we made about 100 marshals here. And lots of them have fell off because of broken promises and everything through the years. So
Right.
it's been really tough to keep it going. And then later down the road, then Eric come into the picture. At first, it goes from one extreme to another. There was a gal back east. Her name was Bella, and I was in the west, and they put me in charge of the west, and they put her in charge of the east. And you could not say anything about this woman in the past, and everybody in the assemblies done their best to get rid of her. We had a vote, and at the time when we first started the American State National, I don't think there was 1,000 people in it. And we started right from the beginning. So I've watched a lot of things through the years. A lot of people, I can tell you, a lot of people that are dead right now because of it. A lot of people that are in prison because of it. A lot of people you don't even have any comprehension of how many people have taken some of this stuff and ended up where they shouldn't. And so we've been very careful about how we do it and how we look at it. And I visit the sheriffs quite regularly. My own sheriff. He's been on my side since the beginning. A really good sheriff, and it's what you have to do. I mean, he was concerned about us at first because it's like everything else. They want to know where you get your credentials and where do you get a start. Well, we all know there's no such thing as that. There's no such thing. It's the same thing as somebody standing up and saying, "I'm gay." Well, now all of a sudden, if you say you're gay, that's just fine. That's cool with everybody. But if you say that you're like a judge or a Superior Court judge like you was, they say, well, where do you get your credentials? Where do you get all that? Well, you get them from the same thing. You get them from the people. And also, we was all born with the same thing. We was all born of God. So that means we was equal to begin with. And so when it comes to authority, we all have the same authority. There's no different authority between you and me and everybody else. And that's where they get it. That's where they get mixed up. They start turning men into things, and men become thinking that they have all this authority to do things. But all I can tell you is we've been try to keep our operation very peaceful. We've never had very little problems with the marshal system here. And of course, they tried to change it to with Eric and them to the Federation, and it all brought coming to the thing that Anna told us that we had to be on land commission. And so I sent her the names of the people I'd like to get on land commission. Of course, that never happened ever. And it's still, nobody has been on land commission. I don't even know what it is. I mean, maybe you do. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. And I told her, I told her the last time I talked to her, I says, I don't understand the Federation. I said, I've listened to all this stuff for a year and a half, of all this stuff you're telling us. But the truth is, the only Federation I know is on Star Wars. And so it just never grasped a hold. And now, as the assemblies have been building and everything, and she doesn't really let us participate in much anymore. So we've kind of taken it on ourselves to do what we do. I mean, you got to take it simple and easy. And what we've done is, like right now, one of our biggest pushes is we get food. We've got about 10 different places that just give us food, and we take it to poor people that just can't afford it. So we do that, and then we try to encourage them to show them where they can go get free food. And by the way, there's a lot of free food out there. Everybody needs to look into that because it scares you. Sometimes when we go get loads of food, it just blows your mind of how much food they just throw away. I mean,
it's gross. It's grotesque. Yes,
and it's good food. I mean, it's good food, and then they'd rather go to the store and pay these ridiculous prices, which is fine. It's their game. It's how they make money.
Yeah. I can give you a perfect example. I used to during one of my recovery spells, worked for what was it? Parents Against Crack or something like that. Dee Hawkins ran it, and she housed offenders and other mentally disabled people. But she had a contract with a restaurant called Treebeards here in Houston. And I believe it was every day she went by and picked up their leftover jambalaya, seafood gumbo, chicken gumbo, crawfish gumbo. I mean, like probably anywhere from 10 to 25 gallon buckets of all this high-end food from Treebeards every day. All the gumbo you can eat. I mean, badass gumbo. And then she would just distribute it to, you know, the homeless and the poor every day. So yeah, I did that for a while.
Yeah, they claim that 50% of all the food in this country gets thrown away. So when you start hearing all these hard stories about food shortages and all this stuff, they're man-made. They're just man-made. They want people to think that that's the way it is, but it's not that way at all.
Right.
If you just pay attention and you go out there and help. But let me tell you, I've been clean back. Do you remember the Finicum, the Lloyd or LaBoy Finicum that was killed?
Who?
LaBoy Finicum.
Doesn't ring a bell.
I'll bring it back a ways. That was the one. He was killed by the FBI up in Idaho when the ranchers got together and was trying to stop the government from taking their land. Okay.
Yeah.
I was part of all that, you know, and I went to his funeral, and it's kind of interesting going to his funeral, you know, and seeing him in a casket there, but there was thousands of people there, and the news come and reported it and made it so that they made it said there was only a few hundred people there. There wasn't. There was thousands. And while I was there, the FBI was there, the CI was there, everybody you can even imagine, even mercenaries were there. You know, they were pretty scary people, and mercenaries. And so,
Right.
you know, I talked to the FBI, I talked to all the different ones. Do you ever remember David Steele?
Yeah. Robert David Steele.
Guy?
Yeah.
Well,
Former CIA, Robert David Steele. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. We were pretty good friends, and
Oh,
he's
okay.
a really nice guy. You just blow your mind how nice he is. I mean, most of the time he carries a puppet in his pocket, you know, and he brings his puppet out to do his speaking, but it's kind of funny. But he, because he started joining us Patriots groups a little bit, they killed him. He's gone now.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. They said he died of COVID-19, but we all know better than that isn't how he died. He had nothing to do with that kind of stuff. It's just funny how they come up with that, because he publicly said, do not get the vaccinations, do not do any of that stuff, because anyway, so, you know,
Yeah,
now you know what happened to him.
Yeah. We got to be a little bit careful how we approach that topic. They'll
I
take the
understand.
video down.
Well, you know, I have to be a little bit open, but I have to be a little bit careful too. I mean, we've gotten, even in our own assembly here, we've gotten people killed. And I won't mention any names or anything, but the last one was they did a kill box on him. And
Really?
I was trying to help him out through court. I was trying to help him for all the time he was in there. And he called me and he says, I want to put some liens on the sheriff and this, and I want you to serve papers on him. And I says, I read your papers, and I says, there's no way I would serve those papers to the sheriff, no matter what, because it'll get you killed or in prison the rest of your life.
Right.
And he said, well, can I do it myself? And I said, well, yeah, I can't stop you from doing it. But he did it. And they did a kill box on him, if you know what that is.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's just a young kid too, just a young kid. But I got all kinds of people that's been down that path. All this stuff that we talk about, you know, all these different things that you can and can't do. It's been up the pole so many times. People have tried, but I'm friends with David Strait, and you know, the way I look at David Strait and Anna and all those people is they give out some good information. They give out a lot, but people need to research what they're doing, because they lie a lot. I mean, you got to determine the lies from the truth. And so you know, you got to be very careful what you're getting into. All these different groups. There's tons of groups out there. And I've watched our own assembly right here in Utah. We had over 100 people in assembly that are all gone now. And now it started another assembly, and they're going down the same path. Sometimes it seems like you give some people a little bit of power, and there's just something that happens.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I've been on 3 common law juries. Or I should say 2. I was on Bruce Doucette's jury, but you got to understand about common law. Even though we had a common law court and we found them innocent, it didn't mean anything. Because of what? Why would you suppose the common law court wouldn't work? Because we have no enforcement.
Yeah.
You can't enforce whatever you do. If you sue somebody in common court and you win, who's going to collect it for you?
Exactly.
That's why those courts don't worry about us. They don't worry it. And now we're trying to put together another jury assembly, and we're going through the same thing, you know, picking the jury. You got to have at least 25 people. And boy, I'll tell you what, get 25 people together to do something like that is not easy. And anyway,
people think it's easy doing this, you know, getting people together, you know, because I facilitate classes on trusts and on settling claims through the vouchers, coupons, and remittances.
Yeah.
And you know, yeah, it's a motherfucker juggling all these people.
Well, when I started the Marshall program, and we really tried to do good with it. And I've spent $50,000 or better doing it. And
your own money, right?
My own money. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I got to take that back. I did have one guy donate $20 once. So that did happen once, but you know what? These are good people, but you've got to have something you can't just keep throwing carrots out in front of people and expect them to grasp onto it unless you have something that's solid that, you know, that works. Now, I will say that I've tried to do everything right. I've been to the county, the attorneys. I've been to the sheriffs. I've been to everything, and I tell them exactly what I'm doing. I go to county clerks. I go to everybody and explain what we're doing and how we're doing it. And you know what? I've never had one person ever say, "Don't do it. Don't do it." They've always said, "Well, we just encourage you to keep doing what you're doing, but we don't understand the lingo."
Right. Yeah.
I just went a month ago down to the Attorney General office, and we spent about 3-4 hours in there, and they made it very clear that we do not work for the people. He said that several times over. Get it through your head. We do not work for the people. We work for the state of Utah. And I says, well, if that's the case, when are you going to start paying your own bills? Because the people are tired of paying it.
Right. Yeah. Fine, fees, taxes.
Yeah. He didn't know what to say about that. But even in the end, when it was all done, he says, well, I felt like we just wasted our time talking to you guys. I mean, they got 250 lawyers, and we had a woman that's trying to get one of her kids back, and she was going to serve papers on them. And about halfway through, I says, do not serve papers on these people. They got 250 lawyers, and they'll use every bit of that against you. And so we just kind of left, and we accomplished one thing, and that's we learned it. I've made all kinds of trips. I went clean down to St. George, which is the other end of the state, just to show people in court how to do a court. I mean, we had Shauna Cox. Have you heard of her?
No.
She was one that was in the truck with Deloy Mecum, that was in the truck when they shot Deloy Mecum. Anyway, she's been quite a patriot since. She's trying to do all kinds of things to stop doing the same thing that you're doing and me, you know, just trying to do it. But she doesn't go with the groups like Anna and stuff like that. She's trying to do her own thing, which is good. But I went to her court because she was in trouble. And the only thing I wanted to teach those people there when I was there was about 50 people in the audience. And I says, when that judge comes in, do not stand for him. Don't stand up. That's the only reason I went there. And nobody hardly stood up for the judge at all. And he knew immediately that we just took over the court. And anyway, make a long story short, all the problems they had, we got taken care of and pretty well got dismissed and everything. But that's what you have to do in their courts and stuff. But I'm telling you, they have a court system that's really infallible. I mean, I'm surprised they let me in a court anymore. Logan and all the people I'm around, all the courts I'm around, I go all the time. I show them my badge and I show them that. And you know what? They've been really respectful and really good. I mean, even in some of the worst courts, I've had them, I take my coat off and hand it to them. And when they come back, they put my coat on me and they're really nice. You know, it's like one of them asked me one day, he says, what is it that you do? I think that they thought that we've done something or that we're somebody that we're not. But I says, it's very simple. I says, in your court, we're nothing. We can't do anything in your court. It's your court, belongs to you. We have no authority. We have nothing. But if you get in our court, then we have the authority and then you're nothing. That's what it really boils down to. And that's why they don't want common court, is because they no longer have authority. And so I hear a lot of your people talk there about different things, but everything I hear, yeah, let's see, like I have a PMA, and I will tell you the things that I've done that work. The PMA has worked really good for me. In fact, I do work for the county under the PMA, which is really good. And have you ever heard of, have you ever heard a story about Ken and Barbie?
Ken and Barbie.
Ken and Barbie. Yeah, they're people down south that had a house, and they owed IRS money. Actually, they didn't owe the IRS money, but they refused to pay taxes again, like many of us have. So the IRS come in with their SWAT team and kicked them out of their house. They had to go live with somewhere else for a year, and then a lot of us got involved, and even David Strait and all of them got involved. We got them back in their house for a year, and then the Utah State 50 SWAT teams went in with helicopters and the whole work and kicked them out again. I mean, it is unbelievable what these people have and the power they have to make it so that you can't do anything. But that's still in litigation right now, and those two will probably end up in prison over it. But it's just interesting. I tell people all the time, you can do this American state national stuff, you can do it, but don't do stupid things. Don't do stupid things. Don't think you're going to jump through and make something work that's not going to work, because very little of it works. I've done things myself that I've learned. Everything that I've had Anna try to teach does not work. Does not work. Everything I've done myself has worked. I mean, like people try to get out of their property taxes, and they're trying to do allottal titles. That is harder than you can even imagine to get that done. If you've ever tried to do a allottal title, you know what I'm talking about. We've even got people that got it done, filed and everything, and they still come after them for their property tax. So I actually went in the de facto system and figured a better system than that. And I usually pay about $2,000 a year, and now I'm down to less than maybe 200. I mean, that's the best I could do, but that's a lot.
Yeah, that's nothing. Not
That's
bad
in their,
for rent, huh?
that's using their own rules, so
Yeah.
I mean, there's things that you can do, and people just need to research, research those things. Copyrights. And there's something else. Did you ever get your ID from Anna?
No.
Well, on the back of that ID, be glad you didn't get it, because on the back of that ID, you notice that there's a seal. Have you ever seen one?
I believe I've seen one, but I don't remember what the seal is.
I guess
You
I
have
could
one,
show- I
you
could
can put it
show
up.
to you.
Yeah, let me stop the share. There you go.
Yeah, let me see if I can find one. Hang on just a second.
Yeah, show us that badass badge you have as well.
Well, here's the badge.
There you go.
Can you see it?
Yeah, it's a little glary behind that light. The light behind it. There you go. Ah, perfect.
Better?
Yeah, that's better. Chief Marshal.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with the Marshal. So Deloy is in Utah, folks. I will get his contact information.
What's in our room?
Um, do you have an email or anything where anybody can contact you?
I have lots of emails. Yeah, can I give you one now?
Yeah, spit it out. And I'll put it.
Okay.
Yeah.
DMC
Hang on, let me get over there. DMC
HVAC
HB or B's and boy or V
HVAC.
VAC
Yeah, I've had a heating and
HVAC.
venting.
Okay.
Yeah. And at yahoo.com.
Okay, that's easy.
Okay, and then I have another one it's at my Yahoo. So it goes to several. I got several of them, but that one's
That's
those are
fine.
the two. I try to
Yeah.
keep them separate because you know how you get so many emails that you can't keep track of them all. So
Oh yeah, I already
if you
know.
separate them out a little bit, you got a better chance.
So
Anyway,
the
my
other-
wife went to try to find that my ID. I wanted to show that to you because
okay.
I've had to spend a few time getting talking to people that are in jail over it.
Okay. Yeah, that's not where we're trying to go.
What? Oh,
So the other email is DMC HVAC at myyahoo.com.
yeah, DMC, like the DeLorean car. DMC.
DMC, yeah. All right, it's in there.
Okay. I bet the weather's a lot better there than here, huh?
Yeah, we actually had tornadoes yesterday, and I kept seeing this little tornado over here and the icon on my computer, and it rained and it rained hard, and I had no idea we had tornadoes touching down right outside of Houston.
We just had an earthquake last night up just maybe not even a quarter of a mile from my house.
Holy crap.
Okay, can you see that right there?
Hang on, let me oh yeah.
See
Yeah,
that?
the Great Seal.
Yeah, that Great Seal.
Mm-hmm.
You know whose seal that is? It's the United States government de facto seal.
Right.
Well, Anna's got it on this ID, these IDs.
Right. Yeah, that's a felony to use that.
That's a copyright infringement. It's why these guys have been getting arrested, or they show that ID to somebody. And so you need to warn people about that.
Right.
Okay. When you do some of your presentation, you do a really good job of letting people know what's going on. But
yeah, I try to cover every base.
The 928 forms, you remember that, right?
We didn't have the 928 paperwork when I got into the assembly. They had abandoned it and adopted a new set, and I recently saw the newest set that the Texas State Assembly has. They're going through, apparently I'm told that the Texas Assembly has split and now there's two.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. California has done the same thing. One's not for Anna and one is.
Well, I don't even think it's an Anna issue. I think it's a power struggle internally.
Yeah, unfortunately that happens too. We get quite a few power struggles in there, but we've had some. We had one person in there that she's the coordinator, and she made 30 people leave, and I got on her case every time. I said, you have no authority to make anybody leave the assembly. Where do you think you got that authority? Now, well, they're getting involved in something. They can get involved in whatever they want to get involved. I says, all you're doing is creating the same government you already got if you're going to start doing stuff like that.
It's 2:22.
Does that mean what time it is?
Yes, 2:22 here.
Okay. Anyway,
Go ahead.
Something just come over my screen. I couldn't see for a second. But
Okay.
anyway, there's so many things to talk about. I think the movement that you're trying to work on right now is the right way to go. I mean, I've been with all these different groups, and it just, no matter what happens, I don't know whether you ever knew of Tulsa. Did you ever hear of Rusa or Tulsa?
Say that again?
Rusa or Tulsa?
No.
They're two different groups. I mean, they started out about 25 years ago doing the same thing we're doing. This stuff's already been up the polls. It's already, they had everything done. They done everything. And then along comes one person. His name, maybe I shouldn't say his name, but his name was Bill. He was one of the leaders, and the cops killed him. And that ended that program.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Yeah, well, when you know him personally, it's kind of scary. But
you have to throw that out there. You know, you can wink when you say allegedly.
yeah. Yeah. You know, well, I've talked to the FBI and stuff. You know, I've told them what we do, and this is what they says: just don't do things stupid. Just don't do stupid things, and we won't bother you. We will not bother anybody that, and they said it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're an FBI or the sheriff or whatever, CIA. If you're going to do stupid things, you're still going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Just don't do stupid things. And I agree with that. I mean, we have to obey the law the best we can. I mean, we're actually trying to be examples of the law, you know, but we also know that most of it's codes and infractions and all that stuff. But still, common sense goes a long ways.
Yeah. Well, uncommon sense goes even further.
I tell you an example. I've had these people, this two kids were being harassed all the time because they had the plates on the back of their car, the plates that Anna said you could have. And so they got pulled over down the street. They're not here, but they called me when it happened. So I drove there as a marshal. I drove there and the cops were still there, about 6 of them. And the plates were on there. And I asked the cop, I says, and he was a sergeant. And I says, are you arresting them because they have those plates on the car? He says, no. He says, there's no law that says they can have any plate they want on a car. I says, well, you're giving me a different story than what I hear from most. But he probably actually knew what he was talking about. But they finally got him for, the one thing they finally got him for is they didn't have insurance. And I asked him, why didn't you have insurance? And they said, well, because Anna says we don't have to have insurance and we don't have to have a driver's license and we don't have to have all this. And I said, well, let me tell you something. She's wrong about that. I says, the reason you have insurance is to protect the other person, not you. I says, if I have insurance on all my vehicles because of the other person, not for me. But if I hurt somebody's kids or whatever, I want to make sure that they're taken care of. And I says, do not think for 1 minute that you can just go driving around without any insurance. That's unsafe. It just doesn't even make any sense. But anyway, I actually got a hold of Ann and told her that. And she said, well, I've never told nobody that. And I says, well, yeah, she has. But anyway, you got to make dang sure that you're doing the right thing.
And how long have you been associated with this national or even through the assemblies movement?
About 8 years.
8 years. Okay.
Yeah. Before that, I've been in something or another since I was 18 years old. I went to a commissioner's meeting when I was 18 years old. And I says, I just want to live long enough to see property tax go down. And I've never, 1 year it actually didn't go up, but it didn't go down.
Right.
It's amazing. I can tell you a lot of stories. I went to the Pyrump prison. If you've ever heard about the Pyrump prison, it's a prison in Nevada.
Which one?
Pyrump. It's called Pyrump prison in Nevada.
Pahrump.
Yeah. We went down there and camped in front of their prison for a week. Me and John Lamb and a bunch of people, and we camped in front of it. And then we walked around their because that prison is full of people that have not been charged with anything. They have no charges, but they can keep them there for 5 years. And at the end of 5 years, they either charge them or let them go. And
Federal or state?
federal.
Oh, yeah, that's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And anyway, we marched around their prison every day, and we had camped right in front of the prison. And boy, they did not like that. They liked it a lot less that we marched. It's kind of funny how far they go. They actually brought in and spent about $1 million putting another fence, so we couldn't get any closer than that fence they just put in. I thought that was hilarious. You're going to put in a fence because we're marching around your building. But eventually what they did is they got the owner of the land to say we couldn't be there anymore. You know, they scared him. And so we had to leave. But I can't believe how many people we went over and talked to in that prison. And, you know, it really got to me, those prisoners. Some of them, one guy I talked to, he says, I was just driving down the freeway. And he says, I seen that, this is when the Bundy deal was going on. And he says, I stopped to see what was going on. And he says, some cop come up to me and he says, I says, well, what's going on here? And he says, he threw handcuffs on me and he says, you're going to prison. And he said, well, I didn't do anything. And he said, doesn't matter. You shouldn't have stopped. So anyway, I talked to him. And when I talked to him, he's telling me that I don't understand why they just take me to prison for doing nothing. He says, and I'm not so worried about being in prison, but he says, I left my dog and everything at home and I got nobody to take care of them. And it was pretty sad, you know, to hear people tell their stories of things like that. But that's terrible. People should not go to prison unless they have a reason, you know. So I've learned a lot of respect for people who went to prison, because they can be hard on people that they might be the most religious guy in the world. It don't matter to them. They just want to get that money out of your trust fund, right?
right. Yeah, exactly. Yep. That's all they're after.
It's all they're after. Yeah, it's just kind of interesting how things happen. You know, we actually had a lawyer that was a constitutional lawyer. He wasn't really a bar lawyer. He was a constitutional lawyer, but he died. I'll just say he died. He got no more help out of him.
Wow.
Yeah, it's funny how many people are convinced. Do you remember Davis Torres?
No.
He was the one that was over the 928 forms that tried to get your house paid for and all your bills paid for.
The Sign in America program?
Yeah. Yeah. I done that 5 years ago. Funny, they never even got one bill paid.
Nope.
Not one.
Nope. I
done my own systems and I got about 40,000 paid.
Right. And I tell everybody that, you know,
the thing of it is, there's just forms and stuff you can do, and there's things you can do, and they just need to research it out, you know. But be careful who you listen to, because I've learned the hard way that most of these people out that's, you know, I mean, I love David Straight. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a great guy, but he's out for the money. That's his job. He's just out making tons of money. I mean, he said on a program about a month ago, and I was disturbed. He showed him, he has his wife there, and he says that she just paid off a $440,000 house with one silver quarter. Well,
no, her story is that her client in Dallas, because she I don't know if she still has a real estate license or not. They put either she had it on her or the client had a real pre-1965 quarter, and they put the quarter down for the escrow to purchase the home. That was the story I heard out of her mouth.
Well, yeah, that's not quite what I heard, but that's not going to happen. The people got to realize, I mean, there was 250 people at that thing, and he probably had 1,000 people on Zoom. And I thought, why are you saying stuff like that? Don't say stuff but you know, it's still your job to do the research and find out. But I mean, I've been buying silver and stuff for 50 years. I used to sell silver to the Mormon church.
Huh.
I guarantee the Mormon church will have more silver than anybody on this earth before it's through.
Well, do you know if you hold 500 ounces of silver, which is $5 silver, you are in the top 1% of silver owners in the world.
I did not know that.
Yes,
Wow, that's something, isn't it?
that's a crazy fact.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
our marshal program, we encourage all the marshals to do that as much as possible. We encourage everybody to buy as much silver. I mean, you can buy gold too if you want, but it's way too expensive for poor people.
Right.
And I don't know whether you've noticed or not, but the biggest problem with our American State National and all these groups is we attract the poorest of the poorest. And that's one of the problems. We attack poor people and then they make all these promises unto them, and we lose a lot because they realize it's just promises and it's not helping them. I've had to help so many people in trying to get out of prison. You can't even, I mean, I've lost track of how many, but we've been able to help. But you know who helps you get out of prison more than anybody?
Who's that?
You can probably answer that. Yourself. You yourself. You just have to guide him in the right direction. Nobody's going to help anybody get out of anything. It's you yourself that's going to get you out of those things. And they're not that tough. You just got to, I mean, I've learned that even with my own grandkids, they've been taken to court and different things. We tried an experiment on a judge a while back and it worked pretty dang good. He got busted for having some marijuana. And so both him and his brother did. And one, he went through and paid all his fines and everything, but this other one didn't have any money. So he goes in front of the judge and the judge says, well, you're going to do this and you're going to do that. And he says, oh, well, I don't know what I'm going to do because I don't have any money or anything. But he says, well, you're going to make out this form right here because you're going to do community work. And he gave him the form. And I said, just look at the form. And he left for a while and brought it back and didn't make it out. And the judge says, well, why didn't you make out this form? He says, I don't know how. He says, I don't know how to read or write. And before it's through, the judge says, dismiss, see ya.
Dismiss, see that quick.
That quick. I mean, it's like, I'm wasting my time. I'm not going to get no money out of that guy. And then I had another guy that called me from jail. And he got, if you can believe this, he got pulled over and taken to jail for riding a bike without a brake light on it. Can you believe that? Yeah.
Utah?
In Utah. And he got, his bail was $5,000. And he called me, he said, what am I going to
Oh
do?
my God.
I said, you're going to go in front of the judge and tell him this. Judge, I'd like to pay you, but that bike's all I own. I don't have any more money. I have not another dime. He goes in front of the judge and the judge says, well, you can't pay the $5,000 bail? No, I can't. And he said, well, let me put him back to jail. I'll think about it. Brought him back later. And she said, well, can you pay a $500 bail? He says, and I told him, just tell him you got nothing. And he did the same thing over and over to her. It was a woman judge. And finally she says, dismissed. She knew what she wasn't going to get no money out of him. So it was just a waste of time. And people need to know that. They need to know that when they go to court, they're after one thing, and that's your money. And if you don't have it, you make it clear you don't have it. And a lot of times you'll get dismissed, but not always. A lot of judges will just throw you in jail and they don't care. But it's good for these kids to understand that. And I'll tell you something else that really helps, and something that everybody should do is when they go to court, always take grandpa, grandma, your family, whatever. That helps 100%. Because if the judge sees that his family's out there, he's not going to be as hard on them. Just not going to be, because he knows that. But if you go in there singly and all by yourself, he's going to nail you as much as he can possibly nail you. That's actually, I've watched it over and over and over. And the cops that are there, they always have their sheriffs there. By the way, always remember that a sheriff is the one that has the right to put anybody in jail. They run the jail system. And that's
Yep.
something good to know because, you know, that like you see that Washington or guy in, let's see, Illinois that just passed the gun laws.
Yes. Yeah. 90 of
Well,
the 120 sheriffs came out and
yeah, they need to go arrest that guy and put him in jail. That's what they need to do. I wish these people would wake up because these sheriffs have more power than the governor by far. And they need to do that. They need to put him in jail because, and I see yesterday, or maybe it was today, that the judge just ruled that he was wrong too. He says that so that thing's going to go away.
yeah,
absolutely. We need to go away. I'm sure in Texas they wouldn't tolerate that, would they?
Well, it was so overreaching that even a threaded barrel on a semi-automatic handgun, a muzzle flash, muzzle brake, flash suppressor, high capacity magazine, all of those pertain to a handgun classified as an assault weapon. And then the grandfather law that if your gun wasn't registered, your assault weapon that was classified under that law, you didn't go register it with the state, then you're an automatic felon.
I'm glad I live in Utah because we don't have any of that here. But you know what? They've tried to pass laws here, but we go down with, I meet with the legislatures all the time, and we fought that to no end. Everything they come up with, and they finally just give up on it. Now you can have open carry, concealed carry, no permits. It's the only way to go. If you want to have a strong nation, you want to have them armed. I mean, if they take our guns away, that's only for one reason, and that's because we're so weak. We're so weak, they can take us, you know, and that's what you don't want to ever see happen. Keep them guns as legal as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, people say that, you know, I don't want a gun in my house. Well, you're a victim.
Absolutely.
I'm going to say you just wrote your own death warrant, really, because if the shit hits the fan, yeah, take your empty hand and wipe your ass.
Sure, we'd all like to live in a world that there's no guns, or there's no danger, there's no nothing, and everything's wonderful. And you know, it'd be nice to live in that world, but we don't. We live in a dangerous world, and so we have to, you know, defend yourself, defend your family, defend you. I have felons call me all the time and say, "What am I going to do? I can't defend myself because I can't." I said, "Yes, you can." I says, "There's certain guns that's legal for a felon," and I tell them which guns is, and they have, you know, the black powder guns and pistols are completely legal even for a felon. In fact, it was a felon that invented them.
Yeah,
that's interesting. That I says everybody should be able to defend themselves, but I says you can turn anything into assault weapons. I says hammers, shovels, picks, knives. You could turn anything, a car. Anything can be an assault. In fact, you could be in any room at any time and there's something in there that you could kill somebody. And if that don't work, you can use your bare hands.
Right.
I don't know why they're fighting this thing so heavy. I really don't. It doesn't make any sense because it will never slow anybody down. Evil people don't slow down. They just find ways to do what they're going to do anyway.
Right. Those people don't care what the law is. They don't care how many crimes. Once they commit a crime, you know, an armed crime, they don't care anymore. They, you know, if you're going to commit 30 more armed robberies or kidnappings or assaults, when you get to court, you go to trial, they're going to condense all that down to one charge. Even though you got 30, you're not going to get 30 consecutive sentences or 30 concurrent sentences. You're going to get one sentence and go do your time.
Yeah, that's all they're going to get out of you.
Right. And the criminals or potential criminals can purchase firearms much cheaper than you can from Carter's Country or Academy or, you know, one of the big bass stores. Absolutely. Yeah. I can pick up a handgun, $100 all day long, 9mm.
Yeah. And now here's something else I'll tell you that does work. Passports. They work. I got me a passport about three years ago.
Uh-huh.
It took me about a week to get it. Me and my wife both got it. And I've been pulled over a few times and I hand them that passport and I've never, ever got a ticket. Never. They just hand it back and say, let me tell you something, where people are getting confused on that process on passports is they think that there's a special passport for non-citizen. Okay.
Right.
And that's, you hear it all the time, the copper moonshine and that. I did all that stuff, but I made one more smarter things, and I got a hold of David State, and we got a hold of the secretary of the one that signs those passports. And he told us, here's what he told us. It don't matter what passport you got. They're all the same. He says, they're going to be all the same. He says, they mean all the same. He says that in there where it says that you can't, a cop can't hold you up and all that. You've read that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Do
It
not
doesn't
change.
matter which one. He says everybody worries about having those national passports, but they're no different than any of the rest of them. Just hand them the passports and they'll leave you alone. That's all you got to do. I mean, they're making that way too difficult. And then, I don't know, you know what the stars mean on the passport?
I've been told many different stories. I've been told that there's a public citizen and then the private citizen stars, but you don't know the difference because like, a normal person, they would just do theirs and they may have 3 stars, but they didn't go in as a national, they went in as a US citizen. So they're
Right.
on the other side, right? So I don't know if that's correct, but if you've spoken to somebody at the Department of State in the passport office, I'm sure everybody would love to hear exactly
Okay.
what.
Well, this is what it means. I have 4 stars on mine.
Okay.
Okay. But anytime you have 3 or 4 stars, that means that you're no risk. And the more stars you have, you're less risk. If you don't have stars, that means you're a higher risk. And if you got just a star or 2, you get higher risk as you go. It depends. They check your record. If you got problems, that's how they know. And it's very simple. And if you got a passport like mine's got 4, that's about as high as they go. I think they go maybe 5, and that's it. But it just means that you're a good, safe citizen. You don't have a problem. And I know I've heard all kinds of different things through the years on what that means, but that's what it means. It's just lowers your risk. My wife's got 3. I said, she's more risky than me. Did I lose you?
No, your wife is more risky than you.
Evidently. I mean, she had 3 stars on hers and I had 4, but I just think if you have 3 or 4, that's about, you're checked out just fine. It's if you have less, then you're in trouble.
Well,
Actually, they're probably not going to issue one to somebody with a lot of problems.
Well, I'll just give you my background real quick, and let me turn my video on. Here's my passport. Okay, there's my book. Here's my card.
Okay, look at your card right on. Yeah, it's 3 stars. So you're not a risk anymore.
Yeah, well, which is surprising, considering my background. I used USFL's passport process. I got it from the late Andre Harris, aka Dark Side. And I did mine 2 years ago. My background. So while I was incarcerated from 2002 to 2016, somebody in the prison system obtained the social security numbers and full names of the offenders incarcerated and sold them to somebody or did something. But I got a letter from the Northern District U.S. Attorney's Office in Georgia that they had in custody somebody who had my information. They hadn't utilized it, but they had my information. And when I got this notice in the mail, it was like 3 pages. They were stapled together. I had to fill out this affidavit, send it back. But I could see there were other staple holes in it, which meant there was, on my particular unit, there was more than one person that got the same paperwork from the same office. So that's what, intellectually, I knew what had happened. So I got out. I had to file identity theft. So of course I have no credit. Everything's clear on all my credit reports, and I have to let everybody else know in the federal government. So when I applied for my passport card, because there was such a gap in my history from 2002 to 2016, and combination of my identity being stolen, and then my criminal history, and I'm still on parole at the time of application, I was really surprised I got 3 stars just because of that history. So apparently whatever I had done, because when I submitted my application, because of that gap in my history, they wanted to know who I am, because my driver's license had expired, my ID had expired, everything had expired. So I had to send them, copy of my ID, tribal ID, driver's license, certificate of live birth, marriage license, my parent, any information I had from my parents, a utility bill. Basically, I had to prove to them that I am who I am and I do exist, because I dropped off the radar. And using USFL system, I did get 3 stars. So I'm very happy with that. Yeah.
That's good.
Surprisingly. And we're getting ready to reapply.
Yeah, I'm a ways from that, but no, that's good. And I still have a driver's license. I still keep it just in case. Nobody's ever asked for it, but if they did, you just don't do stupid things, I say. And if I had to, I would show it to them and that sort of thing. But nobody's really ever asked for it. Just they've asked for it, but they know whether you got one or not anyway. Once the minute they run that passport, they're going to know what you got. So they're not going to care.
Yeah, this is
Wow.
that's my next passport picture.
There you go. You're going to prove you're an Indian, huh?
I am an Indian. I'm a card carrying member of the Muskogee Creek tribe. Yes,
All
sir.
right. All
Absolutely.
right. Yeah, everybody, believe it or not, is comes from a tribe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I tell this to melanated people all the time. Blacks. I said, man, you got the Indian in you, believe me.
Well, believe it or not, there's a big group out there that are they say they're Indian, but they're all black. I've had them. They come met with us once, but they're cool people, just cool as could be. But I said, you're all Indians. How come you're all black? And they said, well, it's true. We're all from a tribe somewhere.
Yep. All from a tribe somewhere. Absolutely. Actually, the late Andre that I just mentioned, he's a Muskogee Creek brother. He's one of my tribal brothers, and his sister, Andrea. So if you listen, Andrea, what's up? Hello. I know you texted me the other day, and I still have not replied, but I will get with you soon. So what exactly are you doing now? Because you sound like you're disassociating yourself from all the established entities.
Well, I'm not really, I'm not following them like I was, because I think they're leading us down the wrong path. I think that I've had to get too many people out of jail, and too many people that we've worked with. And I hate to say this, but I got one, and I was going to tell you this story. I got one that they've given David Strait thousands of dollars to help him with it, and he's not done anything. And this guy was a cop. He's been in prison now for 6 years. He hasn't been charged with anything yet, and yet he's been in prison for 6 freaking years. And I'll tell you why. It's complicated. his captain or his chief of police was gay. And he kept hitting on this guy. And finally, the guy turned him into the board and says, I've had enough of it. I'm not going to take it. Well, that was his mistake. Now his life been living hell ever since because of that. And what's crazy about it is one of the prosecutors that we had trying to defend him, he was gay. So, I mean, it's like the poor guy ain't got a chance.
Wow.
And let me tell you what they're trying to charge him with. And people need to wake up to this. Have you had kids? Do you got any kids?
I have a wonderful, and God has blessed me beyond my wildest imagination, lovely daughter getting her PhD at SMU. Yes, very proud of her.
When she was a little girl, did you ever give her a bath?
I did, yes.
You know, that's a felon. That's what they're trying to charge this poor cop with, is a felon for that. And if you take your kid up from the tub and put a towel around him to dry him off, that's a felon. Now next one will really blow your mind. If you ever tell your kids, if you're good and you will do this for me and clean the house or whatever, I'll go buy you an ice cream. That's a felon. They create more crappy felons. I mean, we've all done all that stuff. I mean, it's like, and if you have them sleep with you, that's a felon too. You know, how a little kid would be scared, they'll come and sleep with mom and dad, and that's a felon.
This is all Utah state law, right?
I don't know whether it's Utah or, yeah, I guess it would be. Yeah. Terrible. This poor guy, I mean, like, they haven't charged him with any of those things. They said we could charge you with these. We could. And now what they're trying to get him for now is molesting one of his kids. And yet we've had the kid at court and they says, no, it never happened. But they took him through a special program to make him think that he actually did have that happen.
Oh, no.
And so it's a struggle getting this out. And his mother's just going crazy. She's lost her house. She's spent $50,000-$60,000 trying to defend the guy. And one of the lawyers put a lien on her house and took her house from her. And it just goes on and on and on and over nothing.
God, it makes me sick to my stomach.
And so that's why you have to be very careful what you do and say. It's terrible.
Yeah,
but I think one day, I have always said for that poor guy, he's a good guy too. In fact, he's a cook at the prison down there. But we made him a national too, to try to get that, see if that would help. And he's done everything, but didn't help a bit. He might as well just said he was guilty right to start with. He probably wouldn't have served as much time.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, if I'd have went in and copied out to the plea bargain they threw at me, it took 10 years, I'd be off paper. Yeah. I'd be out of prison. I ended up doing 14.2.
It's crazy. I mean, what kind of people do we have running this country?
Sick, evil people who've never had any power, got picked on, and now they want to wield that power, and they will retaliate in mass against anybody who are a threat to that power. Yeah.
Yep. We got some right in our own assembly. We made somebody a Superior Court judge, and boy, I'll tell you what, she's let it go to her head, let me tell you. And I keep telling her, says, it's not what you think it is. And she's trying to tell everybody how to do it and what to do, and everything. Says, and she does these podcasts, or audits. I says, quit doing them. They're going to get you thrown in jail. I mean, just was it 2 weeks ago, she had some cats she wanted to get rid of, take to the Humane Society. So one of the marshals helped her by taking them down to her, and she takes them into this place. And before it's through, they ask her, they said, we just need to have your address where you're bringing these from. She said, I'm not going to give you that. I'm not going to do anything. I'm a Superior Court judge. I don't have to give you nothing. And they says, well, no, you don't have to do it. We're just asking you, So they called the cops, and 5 cops come over there, 5 of them. They were going to arrest her and throw her in jail for harassing this poor gal. But the marshal that was there says, you know, she's crazy. She's just crazy or something. There's something wrong with her. I'll just get her out of your building, get out of your head. And they said, okay, that's fine, you know. But you got to be careful with that. You know, if you're going to have that authority, use it right.
And that's exactly where I went after I was elected justice here in Texas. I started investigating just how much power and authority do I have? Can I impanel a grand jury? Can we start issuing, you know, charges and, you know, do indictments? Can I have people arrested and brought before me? What does that look like? And boom, then I stumbled onto Bruce Doucette. I was like, oh shit, I'm trying to do exactly what this fool's did. Yeah, that's probably not what I want to do, is go back to prison.
Well, Bruce Doucette and Steve Byfield's ones that made me a marshal. And you know what? Those are 2 wonderful people. I mean, but they just made all the mistakes. And I really, in my own heart, believe that Anna had something to do with all that. You know, I mean, it's just such a coincidence how it all worked, because they start arguing with each other on the calls back and forth of what's right and what's wrong, you know, and pretty soon it was, we had one guy that was on there, I won't mention his name, but he was a billionaire, and he started getting it in with Anna, see, and so a lot of them just parted their way with her. And then, I mean, in fact, she said it on the program. She says, you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to end up in prison. And anyway, they was in prison a couple of weeks later, you know. It just blew me away. But as far as people, greatest people you'll ever meet. I mean, they should not be in prison. They haven't done anything to deserve that. I'll guarantee you that. And I've been to enough prison to know that most of them don't.
They're right. Yeah, I have great intentions. You know, the theory's great. The authority is not. And that would be Anna or any of the other ones. I'm going to admit our next guest, Deloy. This is Darrell Link. I believe he's in Colorado with another gentleman named Charlie, and I think Charlie is in another jurisdiction. I'm not for sure, but they're trying to get Bruce and them out of prison.
Good deal.
Yeah, so I'm gonna bring them on. I'm gonna introduce you with them. So we're gonna overlap here.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. And this is what this is all about. It's connecting everybody, helping everybody out. Because I could very easily be Bruce Doucette. Absolutely.
Yep, you could be, but I don't think so.
Well, if it wasn't for my intellect and smartness and just, you know, knowledge to do your own research before you do anything, that's the only thing that, you know, has kept me from doing the same idiotic things Bruce did.
And you know what keeps you out of trouble more than anything? Is you're putting yourself on the line and into the public. Too many people know who you are. Too many people. If there's too many people, that's what saved many people, is they just got their face into the news and that, so they couldn't touch him.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And this is why I try to be as transparent as possible. Well, no, I am as transparent as possible. Let me rephrase that. Simply because of the fact that I got a whole closet full of skeletons. I'm not going to say a skeleton in the closet.
Well, so, don't we all?
Yeah, but you know, my stuff's easy to go find. It's public record.
Yeah, so, I see.
Yeah, and there's nothing no information out there anywhere, public or private, anybody could use against me to hold me blackmail, accountable, anything like that. So we're still trying to get Daryl to connect to audio. So anyway, you really didn't answer the question about kind of where you want to go, or are you looking for other like-minded individuals?
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of anxious to get a hold for Eric to get a hold of me and see if we can't develop something that way.
Okay.
Because we're all going down the right path. It's just that, you know, we need to not go down the path that will bankrupt you.
Yeah, Absolutely. I understand that. We're still waiting on Daryl's audio to connect, but I do have Charlie on the phone. Can you hear him, Deloy?
I can't, no. Let me see.
Right here.
Yeah, you're on.
Started to there.
Yeah, hang on. I've got to get this.
Oh, I think I know Charlie. I mean, I've heard of him.
Okay.
What's his last name?
I don't know yet. Charlie, can you speak for us, please?
Yeah, here, I hope you can hear my voice.
Can you hear him?
Speak some of the way.
I can hear him a little bit.
All right, let me refocus the microphone. Go ahead and speak, Charlie.
Okay, second try. See if the mic works. We're all speaking loud enough that everybody can hear each other.
Can you guys hear him?
I can hear him.
Okay, perfect. Then let me see if I can get this set so it doesn't move during me. Grab my gas tape. Every stagehand should have some tape, Andy.
Oh, life wouldn't exist without duct tape and silicone.
This is gaff tape. It's like a easier use for taping stuff down. Usually it's black. That's what we tape scrims and all kind of other stuff into. All right, Charlie.
Yeah,
Can you hear him okay, Deloy?
I can hear him.
Okay, perfect. Hey, Daryl,
What's your
you're on.
last name? What's your last name?
Yeah, Daryl. This is Darrell Link. I'm on. I got to be on the phone. I just don't have much bandwidth on the computer.
Right. Okay, that's fine.
And I
Sure.
was. I called Charlie, and he was going to try to get on his Zoom, so it might take him just a little bit. But
Charlie called
He
in.
should be
He's on the phone.
okay, very good.
What's your last name, Charlie?
my name is Danielson, Danielson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Darrell Link Charlie Danielson. Meet
That's
Deloy
correct.
Mecum. He is in Utah. He's formerly with Anna's Assembly. So he's all involved in nationals, and he knows Bruce Doucette as well. So let's get Daryl. Go ahead and introduce yourself, who you are, what you're all about, and then when you're done, we'll move on to Charlie, and then we can get back on topic.
Okay, this is Darrell Link. I'm out of Colorado, and we've been working on trying to restore this Republican form of self-governance, bringing forth the intent of the original 4 organic laws. And we've been kind of trying to educate people on that level of learning how to contend with this here legislative jurisdiction within the courts, basically exercising our authority that is granted through the Constitution and limiting the powers of those who have taken an oath of office. So with that, I'll yield to Charlie.
Okay, I'm Charlie Danielson. I'm an entrepreneur by nature. I love to research, explore, and I always love the challenge. About 4.5 years ago, I decided to get into the business to find out where our liberties were. I wished I'd done it 50 years ago. And in doing that, the first 2.5 years were wasted with case law. So I decided that if our liberties can't be found in the Constitution, we are plainly screwed. So with that said, I've recently been elected director of the United States of America Republic. In that republic, we're very different than all the other assemblies. We at first, we've almost got all the states registered with the UN and with Hague, is a private organization serving the Pentagon, Congress, and state legislatures in America. That we're going to be active, and we're coming. Because under Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, it tells us what the Republic is. And what it says there, the Republic is both legislative law and trial by jury or common law or law of equity or self-governance, which we have all desired and want. And in that article, it says that they have to protect both sides, to honor both sides. And I know most Americans don't believe that is so. I have proved that in over hundreds of cases that I've handled, that we do have a republic, even though Lincoln made the strongest state government, central government, I should say, that I think anybody could. It's the reason the Civil War was fought. If you read President Johnson, Southern Democrat, who was vice president that became president when Lincoln died, in his speech, he made it clear it was nothing but treason, and I agree with him, and I think most Americans definitely today are. So how do we get our republic back is kind of the real question. And our philosophy over at our assembly is different. Right now, I was just a couple days ago, I was assigned the responsibility to take the helm of this organization. And I presented their vision, which I'm going to give to you now, of what my vision of the republic for that forum, and they agreed to it. I've been working with them about a year now, winning cases for them and outside of them. Now I'm going to basically concentrate myself on just bringing that republic to where we have an impact, as we're already having an impact. And my philosophy is this: if you can't win in the court, then you can't influence legislatures or Congress. You win in the court, you can influence those and have a great standing. Most people probably don't realize it was in the early 1950s they ended our representation in Washington, D.C. The United States paid for us to have representatives as self-governance there. We could speak, we could try to persuade them, but in the end, they did what they wanted to do, kind of similar to what we're doing now. So the truth is, we have to have a solid court foundation. I have found in that solid court foundation, not only do I believe in the organic laws, I also believe in the expository of the Federalist and Anti-Federalist papers that try to explain the debate, why they did what they did. And without understanding that, and without reading all those documents, there's no way to understand how the Republic works. The Republic works basically, I think Federalist Paper 81 makes it clear. In two parts of that, on that paper, one it says, no nation can contract with a sovereign man except by his conscience. Second thing that's in there, it says no appellate court can overrule trial by jury. Even the Seventh Amendment brings that out, that trial by jury is the highest court in the land, and without it, not even the United States Supreme Court can overrule it. So I've created a statement. I started out in the beginning just using Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, which is what they call the Enclave Clause. Most people call it territorial jurisdiction. But it means that the government has little spots all around here amongst a massive area that they have authority in. That clause also says the United States has authority over land purchased. And then it goes on describing what land it can purchase. That first part's very important because that's the enumerated clause. And that enumerated clause shows our sovereignty also by saying You have authority over what you own. You have authority over what you own, and I have authority over what I own. And that's our self-governance. That's also goes in line with Article 6, which tells us we get to honor the Articles of Confederation, showing our sovereignty there, the League of Friendship, because the word confederacy means an agreement between nations or sovereigns. Now, Article 6 also we bring up because it's a very powerful document, because it says all judges must honor both those laws. We get the right, it says we have the right to use it against the United States as we did against the Confederate. That's that trial by jury. And most of us fail, or say, I should put it this way. Yeah, most fail in the court and in these assemblies because they don't realize the power of that statement. I've created a statement that makes the court simple. You got to learn to stand up to it. And it, basically, all the statement says is, Charlie, a United States of America national, under the law of a trial by jury. Article 6, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, Article 4, Section 4, and Article 2, Section 4, discharge for lack of jurisdiction. Or when I'm getting my passport and I want to identify that passport, I put it in there, let this passport reflect the law of a trial by jury. That is my full statement. Now let me explain that statement to us. Okay. Article 6 basically tells us we have two laws in this country, and judges have to honor both. Number 2, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 says it determines basically the law of the sovereign. If you don't understand that, you're basically what we call the United States citizen. Actually, you're not really a citizen, but you kind of gave a plausible cause that you would like to have legislation put upon you. Article 4, Section 4 tells you have to protect both sides. And Article 2, Section 4 says what? If you don't, I get to impeach you. And I get charge you with criminal crimes. And I must take it to Congress, which is an enumerated right, which means both. And let me say further, that committee is the House Committee on the Judiciary. And it's also at your legislative level, the state courts. I mean, the state legislation. They have the House Committee on the Judiciary. That is where we settle our debates. So in the assembly, I go to the court, in the court process, we will end up before these committees, pleading our case and letting them know, you're infringing on my half of this contract that we agreed to. The legislation is infringing on my liberty. Can't be done. And the more we get people to understand this and enforce it, the more power you will have with the legislation and with Congress. At that point now, I am testing both a school board and a city council. Down in Florida, city council plastered the LBGT flag right on the pavement, spent $27,000. We're going on the basis of Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, that is under the law of equity. Common law, equal, fairness. So we're telling them that what we're going to be telling them, and we'll be setting this to Congress, and it may end up in the Supreme Court because that's your next step, is that if you're going to plant that there, we're going to demand that you plant the cross of Christ there and baby in the manger, and our Lord is risen. And that's going to be done on the basis of two things. One, law of equity. Two, religion is something that's very important. It's a lifestyle. If these people in their satanic worship want to have that lifestyle, we have the right to have our lifestyles on the road too. when it comes down to it, we don't know. Maybe the football players would like to have their football flight stamped on it. So you just spend as many $27,000 as everybody that wants to prove what they worship. Their religion is. That's what religion is. It's what you worship. Hey, I got a lot of stake in the Wall Street. I think I'd like to have a bull and bear out of it too. So anyway, that's where we're at, or where I'm at. That's what I'm doing. Now, more of what the Republic we're doing here, under my leadership, a little behind, even though we got pretty much done with our getting the states registered. We got 3 more states to go. Now we need somebody to pick up the banner. But even without it, we'll move forward. We need to get our website up so we can put all this information on it so people can come there and get it. Some people decide to join the movement, help us along and help other people along. Others will just come and get themselves out of trouble and leave. I hope everybody gets involved, because it's members in the counties get involved, we'll have more strength. Now, here's the real key to it. A lot of other organizations, assemblies miss. And if you look up non-citizen national, which is at travel.state.gov, you will find 5th paragraph down, in the middle of it says what? Non-citizen national certificate. That used to be considered an immigration process that you could do. It cost you about $4,500. If you did it on your own, you struggled like hell to get it, because they'd fight you on it. But when you do that, what do you get? You get your Bill of Rights, what they say. You go to Zhang and Associates, that's CHANG and Associates, and look up non-citizen national there, and they'll tell you. You'll get your Bill of Rights back, no taxation, gun rights, etc. It's right down the list, what everybody's wanting. But on the government website, it says what? We've done away with the non-citizen national certificate because this passport now recognizes one as a non-citizen national and not a United States citizen. But as you all know, the government isn't really honest. So when you pull up your certificate, you pull up the DS-11 form to fill it out, they've changed it. So
Yeah.
a lot of people, if they haven't looked at it recently, they're outdated. They just changed it, I think, last year. So this is the 2nd year they're into it. So if you missed your questions, as we all know, the important questions that we always have to keep in is what country you're from. United States of America, non-citizen national, non-alien resident. These are very important terms to know. And of course, never a United States citizen with a capital C. Do these make you a United States citizen? Well, not really. It's all about probability or plausible cause. It might be. As I just illustrated in the video here a while back at our forum, I said, and I went through the steps, because right toward the end, the judge leans over and looks at this guy who was supposed to be a very well paid, and he says, by the authority you have given me. So on that basis, we go back to the passport, we get that passport, and then what I tell everybody to do, you've got a state national passport that the nation recognizes. The next thing you do is you're going to put that Article 1817 statement on there, and underneath that statement, you're going to put on there, Sheriff, I thank you very much for your service and how you have protected me. But I think you could do a better job if you knew who I was. I require a trial by jury. Send a copy of that passport and that to your sheriff. Now you've tied in. And he can't verify this because I don't know. And I know when I did it, and I did it with a citizen passport. I marked United States citizen all the And it was to be expired in about a month from when I first did it. I traveled all over America with that, and I didn't have an issue. The second thing we need to always remember is that we need to tell people that when we go to them, we say, "I'm just not your jurisdiction," keep your mouth shut. That goes a long ways. So anyhow, because that was, if you do that, it'll save a lot of agony when you're traveling and around. And like I said, and I use that statement in a lot of courts. I just use it. My daughter decided to finally come on the Freedom Board. So I'm very proud of her. I sent that to the court. She actually had 2 cases, but they only addressed 1 case. And she only got a letter back on the 1 case that says, "Well, we've turned you, you owe $169, about 2.5 times what it was." Flash back up. We sent that to the court, and then we just ignore them. We go on our merry way. It's over. So sometimes they'll write to you and say, "Well, we got a live warrant for you. Would you like this court date or that court date?" They did that to me once, and I just wrote back to them. They emailed it to me, so I emailed back. "Thank you. I'm glad to know that you want to participate in this crime too." Because at that point, once you notify, and I don't agree with this, this is the way the court seems to set it up, that we have to notify who we are. Once we notify them, they got to protect us. Most of us out here believe that they should know. We're the highest court in the land. We should have power. And I agree with you. But that doesn't seem to be the way it's set up. It's something we could work on in the future to let the judges know that people coming to the courtroom. I know here in my county, in Jefferson County, there's people that go into court and just say something. They're like, "Get him out of here. He knows Charlie or something. We're screwed." And but you just send that Article 1817 and just let it go. So they send a letter from there saying, "We sent to the Driver License Bureau for collections this amount of money." And you all know they don't do that. They warn you before you come after you. What they're doing is going through the process, and then they're going to say you don't have an expired license. So what our movement's going to be next is that I'm going to go to the legislation. They tell her license expired. I'm going to the legislation, and I'm going to make my complaint or claim against them for denying my liberty. Because now, how in the hell is she supposed to go fly a plane somewhere and rent a car?
Right.
So the deal is Congress, the state legislatures, got to make an accommodation for that passport that we can go and use that to rent a car. Or they got to come up with something else. And while we're at it, we're going to tell them, "You are violating our rights. You have plates. Because you have to honor our side if you're infringing on them." And that's how we're moving the government around, trying to get things done. And I suspect down the future, as of yet, I haven't had to do it. We got a case that's close to maybe going to the Supreme Court, because I'll have to file on it to get them to move and have the Supreme Court make a decision on a technical matter. So as a group, what we do, or under my leadership, what we're doing is we're having a meeting on Tuesday night, because they've been a little lackadaisy with the delegates again. And we want to get people in every state, in every county. But we're not waiting to get that established. If you're the only one in your county, we'll help you. We're going to tell you what you need to do. We want you to get the word out in your county. Not only people should get passports and file this, but you need to advertise, tell people to come to the website to get the instruction what they do to have their liberty. And of course, there we're going to invite them on board, say, "Come join us." Because if that county or state legislature walks into the commissioner or legislatures and says, "Hey, I got these people working in the county," and they'll look at it like, "Geez, you know what? there's 500 passports in there. Because they'll have it on record. They'll know it. Those 500 passports, I'll give you an example. I'm kind of secluded once. I'm elderly. I have a bad leg, so I don't get around very well. So I kind of keep my territory clear. But when my daughter did her thing, she's got 20 people that are ready to get on board from her. She's a pool player. They're ready to get on board. They're just watching her. They're saying, how are you doing this? She says, you got to ask my dad. So I'm going to be making up a letter explaining all this, which will be on our website eventually. And I'll have for anybody that wants it. But I'm just going to tell her, hand it out. I want to set them free as that. I think the people are ready to be set free. And is there going to be bumps in the road in the courts? Oh, I'm sure there will be, just like there was before. But I'm running well over 90% win rate. And some of the losses were,
Bless you.
thank you. Some of the losses were just because people got tired and quit and weren't ready to go on. I'll take the blame for that because some of that was in my process of learning this. I mean, I've learned all this over the last 2.5 years. So, in fact, I got a case right now that's a year old, but this patriot, well, I'll tell you what, he's got balls. Excuse me.
Bless you.
He's been having the, no, let's try this. Let's find out what's down this rabbit hole.
Okay.
So he ends up in the jail for another 60 days, but we're running down this rabbit hole. And then we run down that rabbit hole. And so we found out things like you don't write your congressman. That don't work. So we found a committee that works. We found that when you put the pressure on, first thing that happens, well, just like my state Supreme Court case here, the judge that was going to do the case, he stepped aside and forced the judge that actually is part of the participants to file a claim against me, became the judge, which is really a conflict of interest. But what they did is he says, no, if this thing blows up, I'm not representing. This is your problem. And of course, I'm one of those guys, I have a tendency just, if I just got to write you the Article 1817 statement, I don't care. But you come touch my bank account or come get your body, now we're going to have a problem.
Right.
And that's just philosophy I take. So I sent him the 1817 statement. I can go on living. I got 2 shoeboxes full of letters. Most of them aren't even open. Didn't even look at them. When they quit coming, I decided, well, I better look at that last one and see what it says. Of course, before I got it open, here comes an email saying, well, you owe $535. And I wrote back to him. I said, well, thank you for wanting to participate in the crime. And I repeated Article 1817 to this collection agency, which is, in this case, is an in-house Supreme Court collection agency. It's not outside like most of them.
Okay.
So, and like I said, if you go look at the records, a lot of them show, I just had one up in North Dakota, they'll show that he lost. Like up there, the records show he lost. House is in his name. Well, because he had another thing going on, which I didn't know about. First one that they lost was the Human Health Service coming after the house. They're done. Now IRS decided to come after him for $42,000, and we'll just send him the statement, and that'll be over with. But he has moved the house into his name, and so the liens were off and long enough for him to do that. Prior to that, the liens were on, but couldn't move it, and that gives us an indication that the letter worked. And but if you go to the court record, it'll show the judge convicted him, and he lost his house. But the bottom line, he's living it now. No big deal. And this goes on a lot. So when people ask me, well, can we show you your court records? And I said, well, if I showed you the court records, I said, there's 2 kinds out there. Ones that I've lost and ones they've redacted. Now, which ones do you want? Because, and the reason I found that out is I was on one of my first cases I was on. I called the court clerk, I said, could you tell me again, document 31? And he says, well, we don't have a docket 31. I said, well, see, I got docket 34 here that was just sent to me. So there must be a 31. He says, no. I said, well, how about 32? He said, no, there ain't no docket there either. And I said, I swear, I sent them in and the court got them. The clerk says, what's your name? Charles Danielson. Oh, yeah, they're right here. So what they do is they redact it to the public, but the participants can see it. They got more games than you and I can ever dream up, just like they do with our fiat money. But anyhow, that is the basis of everything. That's the basis of our republic. I look at it, we're going to get the counties and states on. We do have someone representative in every state, or supposed to have, but we're, like I said, it was Tuesday night, we're going to be notifying them and give them 10 days. Otherwise, we'll be replacing people to sit on those boards. Basically, we want them to be kind of supervisors to instruct other people how this court process works. I'll publish it on everything I know on our website. And of course, I'm always available to be called to help other people, and help them. So, like I said to a lot of people, all I am is a collection agency. That's all I am. People, we get these cases and people send me stuff and I just filter through it and what comes out. In fact, we just learned about the legislature to even able to start applying it. And that came from a newspaper article that someone sent me out of California, in California. Told us our remedies where? In the legislature.
Right.
And of course they have their, so I believe that'll be also for us. And we're going to find that out because we filed one already. I filed one already. To the House Committee on the Judiciary. And I believe that's where we'll get a remedy as far as settling these matters.
And that's Congress?
That could be Congress or your state legislation.
Okay. And if you're in,
Both of them have a House Committee on the Judiciary. And if you need the address and all that, otherwise you can look them up. They're not hard to find. Otherwise, we can send Daryl, or I can send it to you.
okay, give me your website where people
Well,
can. Oh, you don't? Okay.
That's one of the things I have to get busy. I made a couple calls today trying to get it hold of the person who's supposed to be doing it.
Okay.
So we get the articles and everything up there, getting it up and running.
Right.
So by coming on this Republic Assembly that we have, I've made quite a few changes. I've made a great vision to where we want to go. If I can get people on board to honor, to basically demand a trial by jury in their court proceedings, follow what I'm closely to what I'm saying, we will start making an impact. Because like I said, I've used this a lot to win cases. In fact, when I discovered Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, I just wrote up, I'm a United States of America national, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, dismissed for lack of jurisdiction. Stapled to the document the court sent. Well, this gal did. She stapled to the document that the court sent. She owed the county like $6,000 or $5,000. Payments not made on probation.
Right.
Thank the Lord for this. I can't thank the Lord enough for this journey. I must bring that in.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Because he's always taught me the knowledge and wisdom I need when I needed it. And that's, I can't praise him, give him credit.
Right.
So when I learned that, and I only learned that like 3 or 4 days before this gal says, hey, I got to go to court. I'm going to go to jail. I said, no, send him this. And luckily, by God's grace, forget about luck, God's grace, she had moved from the original county of that document to another court. And this judge was kind of unfamiliar, apparently, with the process. So when he received that, he sent her a letter and says, I've rescinded this case back to the original jurisdiction. So right away, I knew he was scared. I looked at it, whoa, we hit a gold mine. So of course, then the original jurisdiction got on his butt, so he wrote another note, and it was half-hearted because he wrote, he sent a paper that says, arrest warrant. Problem is, he forgot to put any writing on it. It was just a blank sheet of arrest warrant. So then, of course, they had the probation officer call her. She just ignored him. And we did send an Article 1817 notice to the judge on the case. And of course, the probation officer left on the phone because she wouldn't answer it. The judge already knows about this, but you and I need to talk about it. Now that's been 2.5 years ago, and she's running around the country and enjoying life. Basically told them to take their money and shove it. I'm going to go live my life. So that's when I got encouraged that the Constitution meant something. And so I've been researching. And I recommend everybody read the Federalist Papers. It's amazing when, like Federalist Paper 2143 matches up to Article 4, Section 4. And you can, with a little bit of research, you can find out which federal papers tie to which of these articles. I yield.
Well, thank you. That was a mouthful. Deloy, or
Yeah, may I ask a question?
sure, yeah, absolutely.
By the way, Charlie, you was on our program last night. You weren't on the program, but you was talked about on our program, a Marshall program last night. That you was spoken of quite highly. You know what you're saying, it's really hard to understand what you're saying. For some reason, I'm not getting all of it, but we've been doing a lot of the same things. And I got to tell you a story. We had a lady that we've been trying to get off for some time, and we finally got her off. And the prosecuting attorney asked me if he could come and meet me outside with a couple people, and he said, sure. He come out and he says, I don't know what the hell it is you're doing, but you better keep doing because it's working. He says, keep doing it. It's working.
Main thing I have trouble with is people to stand up boldly. I had a guy today, I felt sorry for him. He's been cut off from his child. In fact, he's got a restraining order on him. That's what blew the whole case up again, is he sent his child a blanket for Christmas. Mom, the abusive mother she is, turned him in for breaking the restraining order. So he's facing sentencing. So in that case, we kind of reversed things a little bit. We're sending a letter to the House Judiciary Committee of the state legislature and basically suing now for $500 initially, because that's what he had to pay for his bond. No, it's more than that. I don't remember. So many cases. I'll have to go back to my records to look it up. I think it was $500. So we're suing them, and then we're going to send duplicate letters of that, both to that court that basically wants to sentence him, who knows, put him in jail or probation, demand money, and who knows what. And then he's decided, you know what, if I can't have my child, I ain't going to pay money. So we're filing the same thing in the other court, and we're basically putting after, instead of vacate this case and judgment and whatnot, we're basically just putting on it 1 year on, 1 year off visitation, rights for possession of the child, or no alimony, not alimony, what are they, child support. So we're basically telling the court, you're out of this business. We're going to settle this matter on our own. She either cooperates and going to be friendly, she ain't getting nothing. The state can pay whatever they want to pay, but we're not going to pay anything. And if you catch the cases earlier, I've had cases where we caught them earlier, and we actually were able to make the judge go back to arbitration. The problem with most of these arbitrations that they have, the state comes from the wrong basis, in my opinion. And you got to be strong about this. We just basically start with the basis. Okay, there's you and there's me. As long as the husband can take the child half the time. I don't care if it's 1 week on, 1 week off. If you live close together, 1 year, end of case. And normally you can get that broken no matter, and the other one has visitation rights every other weekend or whatever if they want to have it, you know. Or if the husband wants to, hey, I want to do that, I'll give them 5 days, but I'll get every other weekend. And I tell them, well, you can do that, but you're going to pay a hell of a lot for it. And so we at least get under control of the negotiating and get the government to kind of get out of it. So it can be done. It's just it's a pain sometimes. When you're working with your kids, that's the way it is. I yield.
Okay, what's your email, Charlie?
Charlie Dan, EY.
CHAR.
LEY.
Okay.
DAN.
Okay.
Gmail.com.
CharlieDan@gmail.com. Okay, your email is probably going to blow up. You know that, right? Everybody wanting you to help them get them out of jail.
I hear you. I'll tell you a story. This happened just about 3 or 4 weeks ago. This guy was coming to our site on and off, listening to us. He was in Oregon, trouble with the law there. He skipped down to California, had a mishap. They caught him, threw him in jail. Got charged with being an arson because, according to him, he was trying to put out a fire. And I've never been able to get a straight story, really. I got a feeling that the Mexicans that were growing pot there, the fire got out of it. And they ran. And he just stayed trying to put it out. But he got nailed for it. He got nailed for growing the marijuana. So I filed this into the case. 12 days later, the judge called him for the court case and said, all charges are dropped. Here's your bus ticket. They don't always that generous, but one thing I said about California, they used to honor that. And from that, I ended up on 3 deals. I bet I ended up with 30, 40 cases to help people. And that's why I want to get our website up and people trained in what I'm doing. So I can say, hey, you're from that state, you help him.
Right.
Take care of this. And that's what I'm looking at with our type of assembly. I just want the state director to kind of help the others. And then we'll get the county. If there's someone in the county, I don't care if he doesn't want, you don't want to be a state director, no problem. Would you like to take your county? I just want you to do a little advertising, helping these, and work within your county, helping people.
Right.
It's all, we should be able to spread fast doing it that way, is my opinion. I yield.
All right, Deloy. You have anything?
Yeah. We need to get you on our Marshall program and explain all this stuff too, because we could use the help. I'm doing court cases all the time, and it's been really difficult. I mean, in trying to win these cases, but we all need to get together and help each other. Now, I heard you just help somebody get out of let's see, I can't even remember his name, but they sent him into a mental institution, and they put him in jail for a while, and then you got him out here lately. Is his name Ron something?
I'm sorry, what?
Was his name Ron something, I think.
Yeah, that's the guy I got out. That was 12 days.
Yeah, yeah. See, we've been hearing about that.
Well, now you know it's true. You got it straight from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
Not to mean to call you a horse.
Because the time he was in there, and I wasn't told about the marijuana, but I was told about the California cases. I thought, we got so much crap going on here. So what I did in that case is, and I don't file most of these anymore. I tell you how to file and what other people file, because it would look funny if I was filing one of these myself in the courts. And so I always try to get someone to write the document, which I did. He found a friend up in Oregon that would do it. And what I did in his case, we filed with the Congress, House Committee on the Judiciary. We filed with the court there. We filed with the Attorney General of the state of California. And I think he filed with the governor.
Okay, well, what exactly are you filing? Lay that out for us. I mean, you don't have to get into detail and, go through the minutia of each instrument or whatever you're doing.
A lot of cases you can get out. There's that Article 1817 statement, which is what, about 30 words?
Okay.
That works. Now, on the harder cases, and I'll get that to you, I'm working on it, revising it, trying to get it right down.
Do you have a laptop or a PC?
I use an iPad all the time.
Okay, well, because I'd rather you have you on the Zoom so people can hear you more clearly, and that you are, I mean, if we want to show somebody some instruments, some documents or websites, anything like that, we can share the screen. You can send them to me, and they're not going anywhere else. I can edit them. If there's any sensitive information. Okay.
Give me a couple of days.
Yeah, that's fine. I can have you on next week.
Okay, that'd be plenty, because what's my problem is I was just elected on Tuesday, and so I've been really busting my butt to get this up and off and running to handle our republic.
Okay. Now
And
I'm
my documents don't have any proprieties.
okay.
All I ask people, please, if you see one of my documents that's similar out there, they modified it, and someone says it doesn't work, please correct it and let them know that ain't true. It's not the proper document, because I'm already having trouble. I had a guy call me. He says, I've been hearing about your process don't work with shit. Pardon my French.
No, you're
So I said, I don't even know who the hell you are. Well, I got this from so-and-so. I said, I don't know who the hell he is in here. So I said, here's what I need from you. I want you to send me what you sent to the court, and I want you to go back and find out the guy who got this information from me. Come to find out he was the guy. The first guy gave the right one. The second guy decided, I know better, I'll change it. The third guy did the same. By the time he got it, it was worth a nation. And so I corrected him, and it was over. So I'm starting to have some trouble, and I'm sure other people have had the same with no matter what process. I mean, if you look at that's all I got to say.
right.
See, I want to duplicate a little better than you do, instead of staying with the very basics of it.
Right. Yeah, I will go ahead and add to that. And,
Because I have a 5-page document that I usually use for the House Judiciary Committee. But I go into things like, I started out in our literature, right from the Revolution, how our authorities went right all the way down and came into the Constitution, and we have all our authority. And then I ended up with, and you are to protect us. Then from there, I go right into your oath of office, basically a contract. And then into that contract, because you agreed to it, which means you're supposed to protect it. And therefore, when you dishonor it, I'm sorry, you don't have immunity.
right.
Your butt belongs to me. They file charges against you, include criminal charges, and we don't talk about all these codes. We don't talk about what. The only time we bring up the codes that relates to the Constitution. In other words, we'll talk about piracy codes. We'll talk about treason codes. We talk about counterfeiting. We won't talk about color of law. It has nothing to do with us.
Right.
So we stay in the Constitution. As long as we stay in the Constitution, we're considered a sovereign, because we're handling our contract or our agreement with another sovereign, because we gave a certain amount of sovereignty to the United States. So you violate that and overstep your authority, which is ultra vires. Now we got you.
Right.
That's how we're doing it. And of course, then after I go through that, on that contract part, which also It's basically telling them you broke your oath of office and now you're held guilty. And I go also into the legal code.
Right.
Like from there, I go into the flags. I got two. I show where the flag, the regular flag with no gold fringe, was passed by Congress by executive order. I think it's 10834. Geez, all this information. I'm surprised I can remember it all.
Funny how it all comes back, like,
Yeah, sometimes you hesitate.
yeah,
But that executive order created our gold fringe flag,
okay,
the one we see in all our courts.
right,
So basically, I bring out that you've already committed, you have decided a war against the Constitution. That's what legal executive order 100 under Lincoln is. Under Article 13 of the Legal Code says, court martial will put you under legislation. Warring. That's why I look at it, guys. We don't go down that road. We don't argue court cases or anything with them because that's warring with them. They'll be glad to do that all day long and daily before.
right,
We don't because of that code. But under that code, it basically states you decide to deny and fight against us to have our liberty. And so we lost in that act, we lost our trial by jury court. So the question comes, so where's our remedy? Because we don't have a remedy, we don't have a constitution. And that's where I found out that eventually that our beef is with the legislation of Congress to demand that trial by jury. If you don't give it to me, I'm sorry, this court cannot settle this matter. And they can't give it to you. Now, the problem we're running into, as I was bringing up to Daryl the other day, is since they're supposed to protect, I'm going to call it the left and the right, legislation versus self-governance. And they're supposed to, protect both of us. So basically, it comes down to somewhere between 65 and 150. You probably overstepped the boundary somewhere.
right,
Crossed into risking somebody, risking the other side or infringing on the other side's protected government rights. But I think we can go quite a ways on that. But we do know that we're going to have to think about that because, well, as one of the early politicians said, if men were angels, we'd need no government.
right,
So for those that kind of go out on the limb, we might lose some of those cases or we'll have to work like hell to win.
So you said you had a success rate at 90%?
Actually, once I had
Well over 90% success rate using the instrumentation that you currently have in a package that you're more than willingly, yeah, there you go. Give it to anybody.
You have a problem with it, shut your mouth and come back and tell me what resolve it.
Right.
Give me a chance to fix it if there's something wrong.
Well, don't fix what's working. A lot of people try to do that.
Maybe the courts have changed something a little bit, or they missed something the courts were trying to tell him, but he didn't get it. So I always tell him, come back and let me analyze it. Since I have this, I've been given this gift of logic, and of course, not only that, I've been doing this banging heads with them, working the process out, so I'm quite very familiar with it. But don't go blabbing it up first. You can blab afterwards, but give me a chance to take care of it. So I try to stand behind everything you do.
Awesome. Perfect guest. Yeah. Bless you for that. We need, thousands of people like yourself who are willing to do this, who are stepping up in the front and your boy with brass balls. Ooh, hang on, my little rigging fell. Your boy with brass balls, get him a pat on the back and a hug from Fearless Floyd, because I know what he's going through.
May I ask another question? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Deloy, go ahead.
I just gonna ask him what he thinks about everybody setting up these common courts.
You want to go to jail?
No, I don't. I'm sure he doesn't either.
Say that again.
He asked you if you wanted to go to jail.
Well, I've been there lots of times, but never, only on the outside.
Okay, well, I'm trying to get them out of jail. And basically, the problem with that is it's considered insurrection. But I don't buy it. That's what they kind of look at it. Do you know the Oregon? I don't know, Republic, whatever it is up there with
The Oregon Republic?
yeah, I'm trying to think the guy's name.
I don't off the top of my head.
Anyhow, they one of those courts convicted many of the politicians. That got that website on the FBI list. You click on the FBI list and say dangerous site. The FBI here told me all we're doing is wait for them to take an action on that court, and they're all going to jail. 40-some people. I have a working relationship with the FBI here because they asked me one time, I met with them, well, they wanted me to go to work for them, but I said, well, I can't do that. You wouldn't like it. He says, what do you mean? I said, if you'd send me over to some group that you thought was out of line, I'd straighten them out, and you wouldn't have a case. Now you're going to be pissed. So it ain't going to work out very good. It's, you know, you want me to go undercover, convict these people, but I'm going to straighten them out and have them win their case. And then you lose at both ends.
Right.
And that, they didn't like that at all. And but I have a working relationship with them here. I have conversations with our Colorado Highway Patrol instructor, who's also he's a quasi state highway patrol and an FBI agent. He works in both jurisdictions. And so they're familiar with me. It's like when I first met him, that made him come back, because one judge says, well, the one FBI agent said, well, we aren't going to arrest you today, but when my highway patrol get a hold of you, you're going to go to court. And I said, no, really? I said, you need to talk to Corporal Heller about that. He didn't arrest me. And the court threw the case out. And that, boy, shit, people only talked for 5 minutes. I sat there wondering what he got to say next. They didn't know what to say. And I just told them, I said, everything I do it in the court here, or I'll go to Washington, D.C. and settle it there. And they didn't know what, and those two didn't know what to think about that. They didn't know how to handle it, except to tell me that, well, as long as you go through the court, we don't care what you do. Glad we agree on that. So don't set up a court. That's why the assemblies are trying to create like another. Oh, I don't know what you'd call it. I don't care if you call it, you can call it an organization. Truthfully, if you want to set up your own court, what you need to do is go out people that agree to surrender that. That's what Procter & Gamble just done here about 3 years ago. They basically made it their contract with their vendors. If you do business with us, you have to agree that you're going to go through our tribunal. And they have it set up with a judge they hired to oversee it. And then they have different vendors in that themselves. Then the jury to decide it. But they agree to that by contract before they get into it. But other than that, you can't hold in court. If you hold in court and you can convict it. But if you act on it anyway. Now there's a group down in Texas. Assembly. I asked them, so what are you going to do if you convict somebody? Well, we're going to try to go in as a foreign jurisdiction and try to bring our charges in foreign jurisdiction aspect. And I'm like, good luck with that.
May I?
Yes.
I'm having a rough time hearing what he's saying, but I understood that he says that we could go to jail for having a common court. But, you know, I went to
Correct.
the state legislator that's over the courts in Utah, and I told him about it, and he says, you guys are the only holdup. You can do it if you want. He says, we don't have any problem with it, but the biggest problem's been just the people within the groups. They're the biggest problems. You can't get anything resolved.
Right. Too much in-house fractions.
Right.
And then
You know, like
that's
at first they want to change the border to the state and they want to play games with words and it's crazy.
yeah.
Well, my,
Then you have
yeah, my.
go ahead.
Because we've been denied the trial by jury. And if you go back to the early papers, the Federalist paper tells us this. I think you're going to be able to hold the government to the Constitution by. And we've been denied it since the Civil War. And the people haven't realized, at least the majority of the people haven't realized, that that's what it takes to win. So, but basically, we just tell them, without that hearing, they can't give it to you. You can't do anything. I want that trial by jury. Because that's
Yep. I understand that trial by jury. That's kind of what we've been doing.
Are you there, Charlie?
sorry.
Yeah, hang on. I'm trying something new. Go ahead and talk, Charlie. Charlie.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to get you closer to the mic so people can hear you better. Go ahead and say something. Yeah. Yeah, that's still not breathing. Okay.
Waiting for them side.
Right.
A, B, C, D.
Can you hear him any better, Deloy? And
I think so. I think he is a little better.
okay, good. That worked. That's how I'm gonna have to start doing that with an external Bluetooth speaker. Because our phone just doesn't have enough oomph in it. Well, so let's see if anybody has any questions out there. I'm sure you guys have to have questions. Let me go back over here. French flag.
Unfortunately, this stuff's awful boring.
Well, I'm looking to see if anybody has any questions for you guys specific. If you have any guys questions, put them in the chat. Well, you can't really
I start talking to myself, try to think of what I'm doing.
right. Let's see. Preacher, the crowd. No, it doesn't look like anybody has any questions, which is a good thing, because when people don't have questions, they're either not listening, not thinking, or you've done your job and supplied them with all the answers. So hopefully it's the latter, not the former.
Well, like I said, I stand behind my work. So come, please. You got a question? Come later, whatever.
Right. So where are you located, Charlie?
I'm in Southwest Denver.
Southwest Denver.
Colorado.
Okay.
Oh, the wicked state.
Right.
I'm down here where we shoot each other.
Oh, yeah. I was going to ask you about Bruce Doucette and them. I've heard that you're working on helping them guys get out of prison.
I couldn't understand that.
He was asking that that you're helping Bruce Doucette get in the Colorado group to get out of prison. Pardon me?
They got it for 5 years. But I'm starting to refile the cases because as I perfected this, I found out I had to do a little different wording and deal from a different aspect. But I'll be sending this to the state legislature to resolve now instead of to. I've been trying to deal with the attorney general, been like up yours,
Right.
and I don't have court case numbers on them, so
Okay.
I have it. Yeah.
Right.
Otherwise, I go straight to state legislature, say there's a crime committed. And I'm working on the document, and I'm taking it from the angle that these guys had a trial by jury. This would never happen. You guys are way out of your line. And that case, I don't know. I have to take it to the Supreme Court. Try to.
Right. Yeah, I actually got some
They really
correspondence.
want to make it happen.
Yeah. I have a question from Johnny Grow lately in the chat. And he wants to know when we're going to organize the IRL. And I really don't know what IRL stands for. You guys?
Is it some kind of register to register the nationals?
I don't know. Hey, Johnny Grow. Define IRL. You have some people in Canada listening, and they are very excited about this this movement. Charlie, you want to come back on next Wednesday again with Daryl and Deloy? You're more than welcome as always.
Okay, that'll give me a chance to see if I can get my iPad up and going on.
Yeah, I'll give you a full week, and if not, no big deal. You know, you can still come on, and if you're not ready to do a presentation, that's fine too. But I'm sure you'll have some type of updates for some of the stuff you're working on, which people love to hear. You know, this is all about proof of concept, proof of success. And if you can do your
Yeah,
proof,
stuff, it's like, they're like, I don't know if it's any good, and I read it, of course, I light up like a light bulb, they didn't know what they were reading, you know, what was important in it.
right. Well, IRL stands for in real life. When are we going to organize in real life? We're organizing now. This is it. You're looking at the, I guess, the germination of the seed for this tree of life to grow on this journey to freedom.
So if you guys are done, I'm gonna get back to work.
Okay.
Get that, I definitely need to get that document finished that you want to look at,
Okay.
and we're gonna be putting on the website. And I need to get a hold of her and see what
Right.
where she's at on it, what she needs from me to get, so we can get that up and running.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you for your time, having me on. I really appreciate it. I
Nope.
wish you guys the best in your journey. If you have someone that needs help, I'll give you everything I need, but if you need more, let me know.
Right. And Charlie's email is in the chat. You can reach him. Tim, you asked if this was free or what does he charge for his services? And they're free. He's doing this out of the kindness of his heart.
Yeah. The only
Yeah.
time I charge, when we go to sue in the state, I want 25 to 33% of the take.
Anything lower than 33% is a deal. And you're going to work
Right.
on contingency, right?
So some of that back to whoever gave me the flyer or whoever notified it to me. But I'll be honest with you, we're now getting into that process now of getting money from the state. But before that, I've won several little ones, and I've won one big one.
Okay.
$6 million with the sheriff's shot for. They're actually shot her husband.
And these are all bona fide successes that you can readily show if you have enough lead time to get the evidence together to prove, right?
But like I said, I highly recommend everybody. Best way if you're new at this, getting into it, get your passport, get it established, and send it to the copy with the sheriff to let them know.
Just that simple.
That does more to establish your status than anything you can do. Now, if you've gone to court, I got a guy, well, hell, he went to court, won a case, then he decided, well, he's doing well, he went to the carrot yet, won it yet. He decided, well, I'm not going to have a driver's license anymore. So they picked him up on that, took him, put him in jail. We sent him the documents that they let him out while he paid to get out. And they ended up sending the money back and everything. We never even asked for it. They just sent it all back to him. But he's cleaned up 3 issues all in the same. But he decided he didn't want to sue him. You know, he got his home back. He'll be out of the IRS for $42,000. He'll have to eat it. And he's driving without a driver's license. He's got just a regular passport. And I said, all you need to do now, they already know who you are. Just take a copy of that passport and put that statement to it. And I said, you send it to the sheriff. He'll know what to do with it.
Okay.
Because the county's pretty much been on the corner. Leave him alone.
Wow. Well,
But he had to pay a price to go to jail for overnight. I forgot what he paid to get out, and they sent it back to him. A lot of them will send it back, and you got to go and to the legislature and get your money.
right. And this is what a lot of people, they're terrified of going to jail and going through that process.
Yeah.
And
Well, I'm going to tell you, if you go to jail, so the chances if you do it, if you follow the procedure, the chance of jail is very slim. Stand up.
you have
You're
to,
right.
yeah, you have to be willing to go to jail, to stand your ground and sacrifice. Yeah.
There's hardly a day my daughter goes by. Dad, you know how scared I get. Nothing's going to happen.
Right.
Brady, my car's been out there 2 years, sitting in the street. They pick it up anytime they want. And it's got the fake plates on it. In fact, one time I had on the back of that car, nice black with yellow lettering, common law lawyer. Because you did that to educate. You darn right I did.
Right.
And then I changed it. And they come by and they said, boy, we don't know how happy we are that you changed that. I said, why? So you got an old lady down the street calling us at least twice a week, tell us we got to come arrest you, and our bosses tell us don't you even touch me. And we've been having to make up excuses. So when you put that on there, she thinks it's a diplomat plate, so she ain't calling no more. And I just told her, why don't you call me and tell me? I'd have done something different. I said, I'm not against making your life miserable.
Right.
I'm not. Basically, that's what we are. We're peacemakers.
Exactly.
But you aren't going to run over me.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not going to be trampled upon. Yep. Don't tread on me. Exactly. Okay, Charlie. Thank you very much for being here. We will stay in contact, and I'll probably reach out to you between now and next Wednesday, just so you can get on the same page. It's the Fearless Floyd Show at yahoo.com. I'll text you all the information. I have your phone number now. Yep. I'm going to put you in my phone as a contact.
Okay. Have a great day.
Yes. Thank you, Charlie, for coming. Appreciate it. See you next week. Have a great weekend. All right. And wow, Daryl, thank you. That this is what I say. I try to give away all this information and assistance to everybody, and I try to be there. And I always say, man, give it away for free as much as you can, and it just comes back tenfold. And there you go. Just have somebody on here telling you for free, this gentleman will sacrifice his time, energy, and money, because believe me, he is sacrificing money to help you guys for free to get you out of a jam. When have you ever heard that? Was it 90 over 90% success rate. That's incredible. Daryl, thank you for turning me on to that. That's incredible. What do you think about that, Deloy?
If I could have understood it better, it'd been better, but I do know a little bit about him. But there's one thing, I know for sure. They all know who we are. Everybody knows who you are. You can't hide from them. I mean, it's a fact. They know who you are, but that's not the point. The point is, which you got to just show them which side you're on and that you're very peaceful.
Exactly. Yeah.
I've never lost anything by being peaceful, but I sure watched a lot of them by not being peaceful. What's happened to them?
Right. Yeah. You have to go tell them, hey, look, I'm on your side.
Right.
We're in this together. I don't want these criminals out here breaking into my house, stealing my shit, raping my, wives and daughters. So yeah, we need them. And some are confused. Some are programmed, institutionalized, miseducated deliberately. And it's our job to peacefully inform them of what is right. And, there's simple little things that you can show people, like Eric was talking about it earlier. When you show these people, especially law enforcement, exactly what's going on, and it's the proofs right in front of their eyes, where it just, bam, that light bulb, you can see the light bulb go off. You're like, oh my God, he got it, or they got it.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for, is to get these people on our side to where, now they're standing with us and they want to overturn the system because they see how, corrupt the system is on their own relatives. And that's how you have to get them to think outside their own persona. Okay. Because that's immediately what they're thinking of, because, you're a potential suspect. They're a cop. They're not thinking in their familia or family aspect that, my family pays property taxes. My family, drives on the streets. And my family does this. My family does that. They're not thinking like that. They're only thinking of themselves as a police officer at that time. So when you broaden their horizon, you break that bubble and get them out of their shell and say, hey, look, man, your wife, your kids, your parents, they're going through this. You may not understand it and realize it, but that's what our job is to enlighten these folks.
Well, and the other thing, I had a sheriff tell me once, he says, please explain as much as you can, very easy, very smart. He says, and keep the weeds out of it. He says, if you have too many weeds, you'll lose me.
Right.
And I think that's what a lot of these are doing. Anna, David, they're putting way too many weeds. And that's what a lot of people are walking from, is it's just too much. It's way too much. And it's much simpler than that.
It is,
I can ask you a question. Do you know how many American state nationals there are right now?
Absolutely not. And if you give me an answer, you would be the only person that's ever been able to supply that.
Okay, this is coming from David Straight, so it's not me. But David Straight said there's 10 million nationals now and 40 million in process. So soon to be 50 million.
I'm not going to agree with that.
Well, that's come from David Straight, not me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
What he said on his program. It's pretty bold to say that right on your own program and not know. Huh?
Well, that would be 1/6 of the United States population.
What we need is about 20% or 40% or something that we could actually start doing something, huh?
Yeah. And I guarantee you, if you go to Walmart and you start jamming people up, walking out the door, every sixth person is not going to be a national. I bet you probably could go through 250 people and not find a national.
I agree with you. I mean, around here, I know everybody on the assembly. I know everybody. I know the ones that want to be and the ones that could be, but don't really want to get involved. And it's like, it's not that many.
Yeah, it's, I would say in Texas, there's probably 3,000.
Yeah, that's a pretty good, healthy amount too.
Well, this is people doing the national process outside of the assemblies, doing it through Copper Moonshine Still, USFL, James C. Lovett, any one of those routes. They went a different way.
When I got in when the first I got into it, there was not 1,000 people in it. And that is probably being high.
Right.
So it tells you from there, that's why a lot of reasons that Bruce Doucette and all them went to prison is because we didn't have no numbers at all. So they were going to try to cut the head snake off right to begin with, so it never grew. But I think right now they'd have a tough time doing the same thing to somebody else.
Mm,
Not
gonna-
not saying they wouldn't take somebody that, somebody that's doing stupid things and standing out too much.
Chris
I'll be right
Hauser,
honest with you. I'm surprised they haven't got Anna.
because she's protected. That's why.
Well, you heard about the bolt of lightning that hit her a while back, right?
No. No. She got struck by lightning. You're muted, Deloy. There you go.
Are you there?
Yeah. Come on.
Did you hear about that?
You were saying that Anna got struck by lightning?
I don't
Person?
think she got struck by lightning. I think she got hit by a satellite. It split her desk right in half, but the way they talked. Don't laugh. Or did that make your day?
Hit by satellite.
Well, like all that stuff that took place in California, them fires didn't, they didn't just all start.
Oh yeah, that's directed energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? I used to know her pretty personally. And when I knew her as a real person, I kind of thought a lot of times she was just like me, dumb as a post. But I think most of the stuff she knows is by somebody else.
It is. Have you researched her filings in the Alaska Secretary of State's office? Her UCC filings?
I've done background checks and all that, just like you did and everything. And I've come to this same conclusion, man. She's making a lot of money.
Yeah, she's getting a retirement fund built up for sure.
But I did find out some places she owed IRS over $1 million.
Wow, that I didn't know, but that would not surprise me. One bit. Yeah, she's probably eventually going to make, headline news when they go after her, if they're still in existence. Speaking of the IRS. Yeah, oh, Anna.
Well, talking about the IRS, my daughter works there. She's worked there for 22 years. I used to work there when I first got out of high school. I learned a lot about IRS.
In Ogden?
And Ogden, yeah.
What? Oh, no. Your daughter works at Ogden, Utah IRS?
Yep. And let me tell you what she was told about a year ago.
Okay, hang on. Allegedly?
Allegedly, yeah. She says that she doesn't believe any of this stuff that I tell her, but she says that they told them all to start looking for a new job. Keep it in the back of your mind. They says you need to all start looking for new jobs.
This is Ogden, Utah, folks.
Ogden, Utah. And that's one of the biggest.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. When you told me that, and I'm thinking, he lives in Utah. Oh my God. What are the chances of that?
Yeah.
Holy cow. Oh my God.
Well, you know what my job was when I was at IRS?
Oh, I didn't know you worked for the IRS.
I worked when I first got out of high school. Yeah, I did. But I was mostly in maintenance and that sort of thing. But one of my jobs was destroying documents.
Aha.
And boy, did I destroy a lot of documents, especially applications and stuff. It'd take all day just to destroy one batch of them.
And these are filings that come in, like just hypothetically 1040 forms.
Anything they put in the pile to get rid of. Most of them was applications. People made application to work for the government. And, it's like, that's what they do with them. They file 13 of them mostly.
So let me ask you this. I don't know when did you work there? What year? What years?
Oh, it'd be about 68.
Okay. So they had the Cray computers then. Did they have any scanning software technology then?
They had though I remember I had a key to everything, and where the computers were, they were like 10 feet tall.
Yep. Yeah. Cray computers.
And the girls were key punch, and I tell you what, they worked their butts off.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. I actually had a high school classmate whose dad repaired those computers.
It's a pretty good place to work. They send girls home every day for having dresses too short. Every day. We even had an FBI agent working there, and he was undercover secret, but I knew who he was.
So
It was pretty funny.
So all you had to do is get out of work for a day is just wear a mini skirt to work, huh? And
Pretty well. Yeah.
they'd have probably sent you home if you wore a dress there anyway.
Now, here's what my daughter says now. You know, when they said they were going to hire 87,000 new people,
Right.
she says that would never happen. It would never happen. She says, we can't even get these people to show up to work now. She says, and now when they show up to work, they show up in whatever they want to, and they go home whenever they want to. And she says, it's unbelievable. They have no rules anymore. She says and really, they are like that. When I was there, I mean, they're just people. They're just people that they get a particular job and they don't know what the other guy does. But it's really interesting.
Wow. There's a Fearless Floyd exclusive right there, straight from a source.
Take a guess what the biggest theft item was at IRS.
The biggest what item?
Theft. People stealing.
Staplers. I don't know.
Pens. They said it was costing them over $1 million a year just losing the pens they'd lose there.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Well, everybody puts them in their pocket, takes them home every day, you know, I mean,
Right.
Get a new one when they come back. Interesting, huh?
Yeah, I wonder how much those pens cost.
Well, I'm sure that the government paid plenty for them, but one of the guards asked me about, I had a pen, and he says, well, you can't take that pen home. And I says, look at it. What does it say on there? It says right there on it, it says US pens, US, us. That means us. I says, he says, you're right. I guess that's what it says.
Right. So you've been in this game for a while. Do you know Dr. Brian LeCompte?
That's not a familiar name.
He was the first member to paper up in the Texas State Assembly.
Oh, is that right? You know, I've probably heard the name before. I used to there for a while. It was not hard to figure out who all the assemblies was because there wasn't any. And then Texas was one of the first ones that started setting up.
Right.
Yeah, Texas has always been a pretty good. I mean, you know, Texas is one of the only republic states.
Yeah, absolutely. And the only state that can divide into 5 different states.
And they keep telling me that in order to set up a jury and all that here, you got to start out with a republic state. I need to learn more about the Charlie, you know, what he's saying, you know. I mean, there's nothing I haven't heard through the years of one time or the other. It's unbelievable how many different stories and how many different people have said things and tried things, and it's unbelievable. I mean, I've been through all kinds of kidnappings and all kinds of stuff, you know. It's incredible what goes on.
This is Daryl, if I could interject.
Yeah, go ahead, Daryl.
Yeah, I didn't know I was on mute. I was trying to say something there earlier when you're talking about Charlie and you know, what does he charge and that stuff. But
yeah,
you know, he's you know, committed his heart to serve the Lord, and you know, he does things because it's right, not because there's an amount that he's going to get in reward. But, if there is a settlement or an offer, I think it's only fair to, be able to get a portion of it. But anyway, he has a very unique thought pattern. I believe the Lord has, give him a conscience to seek truth and to exercise the things that that's been revealed to him. And the main thing is that, we've got a constitution. If we've got a constitutional republic and everybody that is in public service is required to take an oath to that constitution, if we don't honor the limits that is placed upon them officials, then we really have no constitution. And that's been the overreach, and that's been the abuse, and that's what has caused the tyranny that the people are experiencing. And that's why it's so important that we understand the procedural process to get to the right agency to finally get our rights recognized and basically hold these public officials accountable to their oath of office. And, the whole thing, it all started back, right early on. And when what Charlie discussed yesterday about back in 1863, when they brought in that Lieber Code and Executive Order 100, and all those amendments that were brought in after that, they weren't really having to be ratified or anything because they were all done through executive order, basically operating as a monarchy rather than as a constitutional republic. And so, I just am thankful that, the Lord is, bringing, these people together that have a conscience to serve truth and to stand up for what's right, in spite of what, we see and don't see that is before us. But, we have to, have a willingness, to try to correct. And, and it's a big education process because a lot of these people, I believe, that are in these public offices, police officers, sheriffs and stuff, there's a lot of good, well-meaning people in those offices, but just don't know because we've never been told. And this education process, it's maybe a little bit different style of learning when you have to address it from a criminal standpoint and turn it into the House Judiciary Committee on the Judiciary and stuff like that. But, when a few of them get brought back into line, the rest will take notice pretty quick. But this is all a process of helping to restore our constitutional Republican form of governance that we've been guaranteed in the Constitution in Article 4, Section 4. And the United States is supposed to protect that from invasion. So who is the United States? I mean, it's not that piece of paper, but the original intent of, what was identified at the beginning, I believe, is different than the definition that's being applied today, basically as a municipal corporate structure after they joined Washington and Arlington in 1871. But it's still operating under that same concept of basically a legal fiction. And there's that division of the legislative side that only deals with legal fictions and these birth certificated persons, and that being used as collateral. And then you have those that are on the side of equity under the authority of their creator, basically exercising their rights as a living man. But in commerce, everything operates through basically through entities. So this is where that division has to be recognized and not convoluted, where they're trying to force the living man to be recognized as a legal fiction. And that's basically where we have met a lot of controversy, put it that way. But we need to put in our claim and, basically claim our rights and exercise it and demand that trial by jury be in place, because who is that Jefferson has said that the only thing that can keep the government in check is a trial by jury. And I believe that holds true today, and I yield.
May I?
Yes, absolutely.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to ask a question now that he brought up oaths. You know, that really none of them take oaths anymore. They haven't been taking oaths. What they do is they have a judge stand before them and he reads them the oath. And then he says, do you take this oath or yes or no? And they say yes or whatever. They didn't take an oath. That's trickery they use. When you was made a Superior Court judge, did you take an oath or did you do an affirmation? I'm
I
talking.
do an affirmation.
Yeah, well, see, that's and that's what Anna, at first, when we become marshals, we took an oath and we honor that oath. That was a good oath. And later down the line, she says, oh, you can't take oaths. You got to take an affirmation. And I says, why would I want to take an affirmation? An affirmation and an oath are almost the same thing. I mean, and she says, no, American state nationals don't take oaths. And I says, she says, because it's not in the Bible. And I says, well, you're wrong. You haven't read the Bible because there's lots of oaths in the Bible. I mean, you'd be wrong if you said there was no oath in the Bible, because there is. But I honor that oath myself, but she tried to take that away from us. And I just wondered what you guys thought about that.
Well, I believe that is our contract that we have with public officials, that they are required to take in this last week or last night, it was posted on the Republic call. But anyway, there's a 6-page document that talks about the requirement to have an oath, that before an office can even be fulfilled or filled, they have to take an oath before they can even step into that office. And anybody that comes into that office as basically an employee of the one that was voted in or elected, they have 2 months to basically get their oath on file. Otherwise, their office is vacant. And I don't know that that's being honored. I had a clerk of court over here. I did a FOIA request, and and I wanted her oath of office. Well, she didn't have one, and she was taking a check for 6 years.
Wow.
And the judge immediately did an oath, and he did it non-pro-tunc. Well, that don't really hold muster. But I didn't want to hurt her, and I told her that. But in order for her to take that, to take a check and receive compensation for her wages, for her labor, she is required to have an oath to be able to hold that position. Otherwise, she's basically sitting there as a counterfeit.
Yep.
And that is punishable under the Constitution. And acting as a pirate.
Right.
And
I
she's
agree.
actually working as a banker in that position as a clerk, taking funds and collecting fines and assessing bills.
Yeah.
I yield.
They trick us everywhere they can. And, you got to learn their trickery. That's just one of their trickeries, but they have plenty others. But I will say this about all of them, sheriffs, whatever, there are good ones. There's good people. There's good people in there, and there's bad people. And unfortunately, the good ones know the bad ones, but they won't do anything about it. And that's a sad deal. They need to do something about the bad ones, the ones that are not fulfilling their jobs. But instead, they're protecting them, which makes no sense to me.
Well, my understanding is it's the Southern Poverty Law Center that kind of gives the instruction on their legal course. I don't have any proof, but that's what I was told, that, they basically are the ones giving out the instructions, for the law enforcement.
Oh,
and
they
to
are.
help
No,
them.
they produced a video and they sent it to every law enforcement agency in the world regarding the sovereign citizen movement. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've seen it. I watched it.
I've seen it too.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's what has to be changed, is that instruction that is given to basically the sheriffs and those that are responsible for keeping the peace, because
Well-
they're not being trained to be peace officers. They're basically being trained to basically be policy enforcers to collect revenue for the system.
Fines,
Just
fees,
like
and
when a
taxes.
traffic ticket, once a traffic ticket gets written, the first place that goes is to the Department of Revenue.
Yeah.
And then it comes back to the court for collections.
Yeah, it goes to
So-
the banker.
It's just a revenue collecting procedure.
Okay, so what that sounds like to me, gentlemen, is that we need to get together and we need to produce our own video with our own law enforcement officials who are currently in office and out of office, whatever that looks like. And we need to put that together. We need to produce it and we need to publish it. And we need to put it out there in the ether. That's up to us. Nobody's going to do it for us.
Amen.
You know, I think that's a good plan because, you know, there's always an opposite side. On one side there's light, the other side when the absence of light is there, there's darkness.
Okay.
And this is what's wrong is they only see one side. And the only side that they're seeing is what they're being instructed from that faction,
Absolutely.
Southern Poverty Law Center, which is nothing more than the head of a bar association.
Well, generally, when you hear their name as the title, they're generally going the exact opposite of what their title is. So when they say Southern Poverty Law Center, first thing you think is like, oh, okay, they're helping out those poor folks down south, right? Absolutely not. They are not helping folks. They are picking and choosing who they want to help so they can get the headlines. That's it. Absolutely. Because I reached out to them dozens of times for assistance. Nope. Hey, come help me out. I have absolute 100% bona fide proof of their own documents that they're committing a federal RICO. And they've been doing it for a long time. And here are the players. Here's the evidence. Oh, no, we're not going to help you. Thanks. So, yeah, I've been there, done that. I know who all these organizations are. Absolutely.
Yeah, crickets.
Yeah, and they're they're not on our side. So yeah, that's up to us to do that. Now, I have a videographer and editor here locally. He doesn't work for free. He does, need to be compensated for his time and efforts. So putting that together isn't an issue. I will also have, and he hit me back today. You gentlemen don't know who he is, but his name is Juan Vasquez. He is a local Houston director, producer, writer, editor, sound engineer, audio engineer. He does it all. He's a one-man shop. He has just made his recent major motion picture, which he has a couple actors in there who you will easily identify. Most of them are character actors playing Hispanic gang members, but yeah, you'll definitely know who they are. He is willing to come on. I just need to have him scheduled to come on, but there's another avenue to produce something of high quality, 100% that will be recognized, not something thrown together, sloppily edited and all that, something professionally done. So we can get that done. I have the sources. We just need to lay out what that script will look like from start to finish. And that's something we're going to have to work on, gentlemen. All of us, not just the three of us.
A guy could maybe do it. A guy could maybe do it in little segments, half hour or 45-minute segments.
Yeah.
On like a different topic.
Yeah. Anytime, you guys want to jump on a Zoom, and work on that and schedule that. And anybody who, like I said on my website, I have just this conglomerate of really intelligent, brilliant people that are a godsend that we can easily utilize. So that's what we need to do. Did I just lose everybody?
No, you were just listening. It sounds good.
Yeah, well, it just had a pop-up. I lost my live stream, so.
Oh.
I was like, uh-oh. Yeah, so that's something we can put together. And this is, and that can be an evolution into a emissarial invitation to the county sheriff or the chief law enforcement agency for your state as an introduction to get in the door to do a presentation, to let them know who we are. And in this video, we need to address the whole, you know, are vehicles in a trust? These are household goods. They're private, non-commercial. You know, these are what our plates look like, and there are a variety of plates. We should try to standardize our plates so it's uniform across the country. We just have one plate. This is who we are. This is our, you know, membership card, whatever that looks like. You know, something that's it's out there on the fringe. Nobody's consolidated it, put it together in one uniform package. Even the state assembly, the only person, David Straight's paperwork is uniform across the country. Anna's is not. It's haphazard. Each jurisdiction has their own way of doing things. So I think if we can put something together that's, you know, streamlined, simple, easily identifiable, that people can read and grasp, that's not overly burdensome, I think will make a lot of traction.
Well,
By the way-
you got to call. Go ahead.
Just gonna say, by the way, you guys know Ammon Bundy?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just wanted to update him yesterday. He went, or yesterday or the day before, Monday anyway. He went to court again for wearing a mask in a hospital, and they were going to give him a year in prison. But somehow through the court thing, they just decided to fine him $1,000 and let him go. Can you believe that?
Well, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, you needed to stand on it and basically defend that and hold them, because there is no law requiring anyone to wear a mask.
Yep, I
And
understand that.
that is only a policy. And when you push that point, you know, they come down to acknowledge that. And, you know, even like all these stores that were enforcing it, well, show me the law. Well, there is no law. It's just our policy. Well, who's going to enforce it? The sheriff's going to come down there and enforce it? That's what they're trying to get these here law enforcement officers to do. And it's wrong. It's abuse.
Absolutely. Yeah, have to agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yep.
Well, it's approaching 5 o'clock. How are you gentlemen doing on time? Y'all want to wrap this up? You have anything else to add?
We'll be.
Well, I
we'll
think
be
that
more
I think that's
prepared next time.
I think that's a good idea to try to put something together like that as a little instruction video and get it out there. You know, for those that are in that field of law enforcement, that they recognize basically where their authority lies and what the limits are. And because, you know, we're all here together to live in peace and not to be fighting against each other. And what I always said is the worst enemy is one that is wearing a suit and tie or a badge and is operating as a pirate or a criminal. And,
Right.
you know, because they have the confidence of the people, but then they're going against they're operating outside the authority that they've actually been given in that office. And I yield.
Deloy?
We'll have to try to get Sheriff Mack on with you. I know
yeah.
him pretty good. I've been with him several times, and whenever we had the sheriffs meet like that, most of them sheriffs are constitutional sheriffs and excellent sheriffs. I mean, that's what we need more of.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we need those 90 sheriffs in Illinois.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
All they got to do is stick together.
Absolutely. Yeah, those guys, man, kudos for them. I actually felt like writing each individual one of them a letter, thanking them.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
I want to see that governor's going to go fire them all. I want to see that happen.
Yeah,
I want to
they-
just see him try to do that.
yeah, Illinois is a mess, especially Chicago. I find it hard to believe people still live there.
Well, I lived there. I stayed there for 2.5 months. I set up a company and started their. They couldn't operate a this plant that needed to be. I spent 2.5 months and got it up to where it was making money, and I found out that those people are They're honest. They're really great people, but they are dumb. The people there are just not that educated like everywhere else. I mean, you go to Texas or any place else, they're educated, but you go to Illinois and them people, they get walked all over.
And he's not talking about everybody in Illinois. So
No, not everybody, but just the run of the mill. Run of the mill is not, they're a little different.
Right. Yeah. And I get that. And my tribe is from Oklahoma. And back when I used to run telemarketing rooms, I talked to people from all over the world, mostly in the United States, but some of the oddest people I ever spoke with were from Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
What about those people from Utah?
Utah wasn't so bad. They were, they were up there. I would say in the top 10, definitely. And especially New Mexico, when you start talking to some of those Indians, it really gets funky. We actually sold a guy in Arkansas a satellite dish, and it's such a funny story. Our technician our installers get out there to install it because they're out on the road. We just drop ship units to them. And so they go out there and they call me up and they're like, "Hey, we got a problem." I go, "What's up?" He goes, "Y'all sold this guy a satellite system." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, what's up?" He goes, "He doesn't even own a TV." I'm like, "What?" Like, "Yeah, we can't hook it up because we can't even program it because he doesn't have a TV. I'm like, "You kidding me? This guy just bought a $3,200 satellite system and he doesn't have a TV." Like, yeah, like, okay. We're gonna buy him a TV and we're gonna drop ship it to you. So go do the next job and just come back in a couple of days and the TV will be there and you go set everything up. But I was really just stunned that this guy, I don't know if it was my salesman that did such a good job and sold him something, sold a popsicle to an Eskimo.
It's great. It's great. Most Indians don't even have an address on their house.
Yeah. Yeah. And they can set their own time zone.
Yeah. UPS and them don't deliver to them because they can't find out where anybody lives.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's actually a good thing. That's where you want to be. Yeah. And I'm going to do a video on that. How to live totally 100% anonymous.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot. Appreciate you're doing what you're doing. You just keep at it.
Hey, I'm going to ride this train till the wheels falls off. That's as far as I'm going to take it. I'm see how far I can go. Hopefully I can do this every day, Monday through Friday for the next however long it takes us to get where we want to go.
Good deal.
Yeah,
we're running out of time, huh?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I'll go till whenever.
No, I'm talking about in society. We're running out of time. If we let the bad take over, we're not gonna be around a long time.
No. And I've heard people mention, The Purge. If you're familiar with that movie series, that's we see it. They're killing people and letting them out on $1 bonds here in Harris County in Houston.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No, repeat offender. He was already out on bond. Committed another murder, and they laid him on a $1 bond. Yeah, absolutely. It's freaking insane. Yeah.
Maybe they're encouraging it.
What do you think? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
they want the crime to make more legislation and to make more regulation to control the people.
And fines, fees, and taxes. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, every time they go out and commit another crime, man, that's more money. Right?
I don't know. I thought they like to keep them in prison so they could draw that out of their cuss fund.
Exactly. Yeah, more money for the state.
Yep.
Yeah, and they get money from the federal government to house that offender. Absolutely.
Yep.
Yep. Yep, been there.
Here in the state of Utah, if they don't keep their prisons 90% full, the state has to pick the bill up. And so that's why they're very encouraged to keep people in prison.
You don't say.
Yep.
Yeah. This is the wicked world we live in, man.
Well, and you've heard about their new prison, right? They just built a new $1 billion prison, and it's a joke. It's falling apart. They don't know what to do. They says that the inmates hate it, the guards hate it, and they build it over some ponds and out in the middle of nowhere. And there's so many mosquitoes. They said you go outside and they just carry you away. They said it's a nightmare. They want to go back to their old prison.
That is a messed up statement.
It is.
That's messed up. All right, gentlemen. Well, thank you both for coming on the show today. You're both welcome back next Wednesday. I will get in touch with both of you gentlemen prior to next Wednesday. We'll see what Eric's schedule looks like. If you want to get some other guests to come on, you are more than welcome to co-host your own show as well. And if you have anybody like Sheriff Mack or anybody else that you want to bring on as a guest or guests, they're more than welcome. Just hit me up. You have all my phone number, so you can call me and get everything set up so I can schedule them and get them in the calendar and get it advertised. So yeah. In closing, Deloy, go ahead and go first, and then I'll let Daryl finish up, and then we'll close out the show. So go ahead.
Again, I appreciate what you're doing, and I appreciate these Charlie and those guys too. Keep up what you're doing, because we've had so many people keep trying and they end up failing, but we got to get it done. I mean, our world's being destroyed, and we don't want that to happen. I don't want it for my grandkids. I want my grandkids to be able to live on.
Absolutely. Amen. Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you.
I think, just what we're doing, I just want to thank you, Floyd, for reaching out and standing in the gap, because, it takes people with courage, and takes a people that has a desire to stand for truth and not just talk about it. And that's what is going to make a difference, is when we act, because faith without works is dead. And the whole thing is that we have to continue to work in harmony together. We need a spiritual awakening in this country that, the people are not going to be willing to continue to promote this paganism, and that we get back to basically real life and living in the life of equity where it's fair and we recognize each other's rights as we have equal rights. And I yield.
Amen.
Yeah. Amen. I have up here on the screen my group. This is National for Truth News, and I also have Nationals for Truth Communication Hub. And I'm going to open these up to the public. These particular groups currently hold 13 members. Eric is a member. These are the people who left the Texas State Assembly. So this has been up ever since then, and I'm going to open it up to the public as well as a communication hub. So you gentlemen are more than welcome to get here. Now, I'll let you two gentlemen go. Thank you for coming on the show. I will see you next week. You guys have an awesome weekend. Stay out of trouble. And tell everybody Fearless Floyd said hello.
Thank you, Floyd.
You're welcome. All right, so let me share my screen again. Now, I want you to guys, because if you look over here behind the screen, you see Trust 201, Fearless Floyd's proof of concept, proof of success, my VCR experience, Nationals for Truth. And then you scroll up, of course, you see the Fearless Floyd Show, there's Trust 101, Trust 102. What do you think about a Nationals for Truth? Because I want to do one. This is going to be for the United States, and I will eventually open up a individual state Telegram group for each state, but I also want to do one for Canada, because I do have some Canadians on here, and I do have some Australians. I know some Welsh, so I can set up Telegrams for them. So let me know, give me some feedback on what do you guys think about that as a good idea. Just to try to bring everybody together.
I think it's a good idea. I like the title Nationals for Truth.
Yeah,
That's what they're trying to destroy. They're trying to destroy the nation and trying to cause division between the peoples.
yeah. Well, good. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's already established thing, so I will open it up this evening after I finish this this video. So awesome. Awesome. Well, Daryl, I guess I'm gonna close up shop and go. Yeah, great idea. Thank you, Robin, and continue on with my day and get things done. Thank you again for being here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for your sacrifice, and we're going to continue to work together in harmony, and we're going to try to move this forward for the people, for the nation, and for our Creator most of all.
Absolutely.
I yield.
Very, very well said. Thank you, Daryl. I appreciate it. For all of you out there, Fearless Floyd Show at yahoo.com, fearlessfloydshow.com if you want to enroll. Because of the algorithm. I don't care if you like my video. This isn't a popularity contest. Subscribe to my channel so you can get more videos. Hit that notification bell. So when I do produce more videos, like I'm apt to do, you get notified. But I am being suppressed by you know who. Leave a comment below. Like, subscribe, share. And with that, I'm going to conclude today's program, Wednesday, January 25th. 2023. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow, Thursday, noon, and I will have Pastor of the Way and Eric, who's going to demand you cite your authority from 1 to 5. And then Friday, I will be live in Plano, Texas at the Sky Pony Gallery. You're more than welcome to come join me after 5 p.m., not from 12 to 5, during the autograph session with Wano Saban. If you want information on that, go to reckoningfest.com. And I will be up in the DFW area all weekend, maybe even into Monday. So look forward to doing that. I may even do some live stuff on Saturday at that event. So we'll see how that goes. And I also sent out a notice to Glenn Fern, who's in the Fort Worth area. So I may even hook up with Glenn Fern if you guys are familiar with him. And maybe you won't be. So thank you again, Daryl. I know you just cut out of there. So for all my viewers, thank you from the bottom of my heart. The ones who continue to watch this video, the ones who watch it in the future, all my supporters, all my close friends. Thank you very much, all of you. I couldn't do this without any one of you. For my co-producer, who's MIA today, MIA yesterday. Bro, I need you. I got shit to do and I need some help. So looking for you. And I will be back tomorrow. And with that, thank you very much for being here. And I'm going to close out. Fearless Floyd Show at yahoo.com. If you want to hit me up, Telegram, you want to hit me up immediately. So I will close out for all of you listening. I'm going to Telegram right now and catch up on that, as well as the